Hey, just checking to see if anybody on the webinar would like to do a microphone check. Just go ahead and raise your hand. Chris Batsavage.
Hey, Steve, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thanks.
Sarah Winslow.
Can you hear me, Stephen?
Yep, you sound good.
Thank you.
James Fletcher.
How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
James Fletcher.
Am I coming through now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Just checking to see if anybody on the webinar would like to do a mic check. Please just raise your hand. Laura Keeling.
Hi, yes, can you hear me? Stephen, can you hear me? It's Laura Keeling.
Hey, Laura, you need to speak up. We can barely hear you.
How's this? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the April Mid-Atlantic Council meeting here in Atlantic City. Glad to see everyone here. I apologize for not being at the last meeting. Father had some health issues, but everything's doing good. Thank you, Jesus. With that, let's get started with our first agenda item, the proposed rule to update regulations associated with the Magnuson-Stevenson Fisheries Conservation Management Act's confidentiality requirements. And I'm thinking, Laura Keeling, are you going to be presenting?
Yes, I am.
All right, can you speak up just a little bit more, please?
Sure. And I just wanted to confirm, I see that the notification says that a host or co-host has turned off a video option. So just wanted to confirm that's what you all wanted.
Yes, you're good now.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for the opportunity. My name is Laura Keeling. I work for the National Marine Fisheries Service in the Office of Sustainable Fisheries in NOAA headquarters in Maryland. I am here as part of a team of people. You can see the names on the slide here. Myself, Brett Alger, Keith Haig, and Brett Wiedoff, who are all work in headquarters for Fisheries Service on this rulemaking, as well as a broader NIMS-wide advisory team that has worked on this rulemaking, including regional office and science center staff, to provide advice on key issues that we included in this proposed rulemaking that's currently out for public comment. Next slide, please. So why are we updating these regulations now, and what is the requirements? So under the Magnuson-Stevens Act reauthorization, it outlined that the secretary shall, by regulation, prescribe such procedures as may be necessary to preserve the confidentiality of information. So we are doing this per congressional direction under the Magnuson-Stevens Reauthorization Act of 2006 to protect confidential data as required under the Act, not under any agency discretion. And we are doing this now as we feel, with the items that I'll outline in a second, that it is timely and necessary at this time to update these regulations. So here you can see that we last updated confidentiality regulations in 1992. And our internal NOAA administrative order, protection of confidential fishery statistics, was last updated in 1996. So these are obviously long out of date, and we want to we aim to reflect in this proposed rule updates from the 96 Sustainable Fisheries Act, 2006 Madison-Stevens Act Reauthorization Act, as well as updates to the IUU Fishing Act amendments to the Moratorium Protection Act from 2015, and have strong alignment between those acts and our regulations, as well as new programs and technologies over recent years have brought new questions on data confidentiality, including camera-based electronic monitoring programs. And additionally, these have had some inconsistent processes and access procedures for confidential information across our regions. And so we believe this rule will streamline procedures for managing confidential information by the fishing industry, regional fishery management councils such as yourself, states, commissions, and other entities that need such information to meet their conservation and management requirements and purposes. We think this will improve effectiveness and address inefficiencies in our current procedures. Moving on to our technical and procedural elements that are included in this proposed rule. Under the 1996 Sustainable Fisheries Act, it changed the terminology from confidential statistics to confidential information. And this rule reflects a definition of confidential information. The reauthorization of Madison in 2006 clarified that information to the Secretary plus any state fishery management agencies, marine fisheries commissions, and others, that these regulations apply to any information submitted under the Act that is under NOAA Fisheries custody and control, so our control of information. Additionally, this Act outlines procedures for protection of information and initiates a process to improve upon our existing procedures for maintenance of confidential information and replace them with a framework to be developed after the final rulemaking. So I'll address those additional measures and procedures to be developed that we're planning on towards the end of the presentation. Additionally, the rulemaking goes on to implement exceptions that were included in the Madison Act, including council access to confidential information, as well as updating procedures for collection of information regarding how states and such entities as observer and electronic monitoring service providers can collect confidential information to meet conservation and management purposes. So moving on to the substantive interpretations that are included in this proposed rule, we have a definition of confidential information and outline what is not confidential information under the Madison-Stevens Act. We clearly define business of any person to protect the information from any aggregate or summary form disclosures and clarify what business information is. We go on to define elements of the limited access program exception that's included in the Madison Act, including certain term definitions that were not defined until now. And I'll address those in more detail later in the presentation, as well as clarifying who can submit a written authorization for the release of confidential information, as well as how such authorizations specifically apply to observer information. Next slide, please. So going into a little more detail, what is confidential information under the Madison-Stevens Act? So that's any observer information as defined under the regulation or any information required to be submitted to the Secretary, State Fishery Management Agency, or Marine Fisheries Commission by any person in compliance with a requirement or regulation under the Madison-Stevens Act. So as you can see, the bolded terminology is required to be submitted. I'm sorry, is there a question or? There we go, sorry. So I want to clarify here that any information that is voluntarily collected would not be confidential under the Madison-Stevens Act. what is not confidential, as with our definition of confidential information and under the Madison-Stevens Act. So in order to address the 2015 amendments to the Moratorium Protection Act, we have clarified here that fishing effort, catch information, and other forms of vessel-specific information that the U.S. must provide to satisfy a information sharing agreement with a regional fishery management organization would not be confidential, as well as any information collected by NOAA Fisheries under the Act regarding foreign vessels. So all of the information regarding foreign vessels and vessel-specific information would not be MSA confidential. Next slide, please. So continuing here on what is not MSA confidential information, any observer information that relates to interactions with species protected under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. We outlined in the rule items such as the date, time, and location of these interactions, the type of species, and the fishing practices and gear involved, provided that information regarding fishing practices and gear would not constitute a trade secret under the Freedom of Information Act, commonly known as FOIA. So here, the Marine Mammal Protection Act includes a process that requires the use of information on fisheries interactions with marine mammals in a public forum and in public documents. In addition, the MMPA requires self-reporting of such interactions that are not subject to MSA confidentiality requirements. However, the Endangered Species Act does not address the disclosure of information and does not contain specific provisions related to public release of information, and it does not explicitly provide for those public disclosures of fisheries interactions. And so because of that, the agency is clearly outlined in the rule that we would continue, as we have done, to treat interactions with ESA listed species as confidential information, but not interactions with those under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Next slide, thank you. So what information would be subject to the limited access program exception under the Madison Act? So under the exception, NOAA Fisheries may disclose confidential information when such information is required to be submitted to the Secretary. Again, the key term is required for any determination under a limited access program. So the definitions that the rule includes here are clearly defining what a limited access program includes. So a program that allocates any exclusive fishing privileges, such as a portion of the total allowable catch, an amount of fishing effort, or a specific fishing area to a person. We further define determination to mean a decision that is specific to a person and exclusive fishing privileges held or sought under such program. And these include decisions such as allocations, approval or denial of the lease or sale of these allocated privileges or annual allocation, or any end of season adjustments that are needed under the program. Additionally, the required to be submitted is interpreted such that the exception applies at the level of confidential information that NOAA Fisheries has used or intends to use for a regulatory determination under a limited access program. So for example, here, if NIMS uses, just go back one, sorry, give an example. If NIMS uses vessel landings for, say, a three-year period for allocations, the aggregated catch across the 3-year period would be subject to disclosure. However, a vessel's yearly, monthly, or trip-by-trip landings would not be subject to the exception because information at that scale was not used for allocation determinations. This also allows for if the LAP program modifies how they conduct determinations. Maybe in the future, for example, they decide that a different approach is needed. NOAA Fisheries doesn't have to modify the regulation itself. The program can modify how they do a determination to reflect maybe new information, and that way the determination definition would still hold true on the level of information needed to make such determination for allocations. Next slide, please. So the rule also addresses applying the Madison-Stevens Act written authorization exception. So the authorization exception here that applies to all MSA confidential data is for when the secretary has obtained written authorization from the person submitting such information to release that information to persons for reasons not otherwise provided for in the Act, and it doesn't violate other requirements. So how does this specifically apply to observer information? The proposed rule clarifies that the observer information is submitted by the person who is subject to the observer requirement. So a vessel owner or permit holder, those are the people that could have written authorization releases approved to authorize release of observer information, but say not other information such as post-trip observer debriefing reports that are used for program management purposes. Okay, next slide. So complementary to this proposed rule, the agency is proposing, the agency is also proposing addressing aggregate and summary releases within the rulemaking. So we clarify here that we clarify in the definition of aggregate or summary form what business of any person includes, which this definition in the proposed rule includes defining it as meaning financial and operational information, such as fishing locations, gear employed, and catch. So this change would actually provide broader protection for fishing information that is submitted through logbooks or collected through observers or electronic monitoring for protection of confidential information. Next slide, please. So in complementary to this rulemaking, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we are planning on developing new internal control procedures that create more consistency across our different fisheries and different regions, relating to, at least to these three key areas that we are planning on addressing so far. So the first is any data aggregation standards, more commonly known as the Rule of Three. This is to create consistency in decision-making for releasing any aggregated data across the agency and accessing confidential information by third parties. So in order to facilitate needed releases to those contributing to conservation and management purposes, councils, commissions, contractors, and others needing access to data, as well as processes for permit holders requesting information. So improving data access for vessel owners and operators, say that want some observer data that might help some of their operations and insights into their business. So we are planning to provide opportunities for engagement during the development of these internal control procedures, which will come after the rule is finalized, and they will be shared publicly. Last slide, please. I want to thank you all for your time today. The rule, as I said in the beginning, is open currently for public comment through April 25th. We've included the link here to the Federal Register notice for the rulemaking, and we have an email address as well for any general questions on the rule. I'm happy to answer some questions now, but I can't get into technical or case-specific questions per the rules of the Administrative Procedures Act, but I'll do my best to answer your questions. And as always, when we're in a public comment period, encourage anything that is unclear or additional details in the rulemaking that you feel is needed to please submit public comments by the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions around the table? Chris Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a tough subject to start a meeting with. Certainly, I'm sure there's folks sitting around the table may think, well, you know, why are we talking about data confidentiality? There's one reason. That's because Greg asked that it be put on the agenda given some of the concerns that he had with the proposed rule. But it's also something that really guides council activities. So it's something that we actually as staff think about quite a bit. So Laura, thanks for the presentation. Before I get to my question, the other thing that I wanted to say to the council is that we can submit a comment letter regarding this proposed rule. Several of the other councils have this on their agendas as well. I know that they're going to be submitting comment letters. We don't have to, but certainly if there's something that you guys think is appropriate for us to comment on that we don't discuss today, that you'd want to include in a letter, we can certainly do that. So, Laura, I'm a bottom line kind of guy, and listening to your presentation today and looking at the proposed rule, the one direct question I have for you is, how does this complicate the life of the executive director? So there's already things that I do relative to confidential data, things that I approve, things that I sign. How does all that change with the proposed rule?
So let me just make sure I have your question right, and specifically to potential additional data needed potentially by advisory panels or SSCs.
So I'm thinking about additional responsibilities for the executive director. Some things that might be added to the list of things that I need to think about as we allow access to data. So for example, right now, council staff have access to confidential data. They need to have access to confidential data because of all the work they do to analyze things for the council to make informed decisions. So that's pretty straightforward. But it seems that there's an additional layer of complexity that's being added with this proposed rule. And I don't really understand exactly where it's going. So maybe you can help me with that. It's a little fuzzy, but you use the word streamline, which is good, but I'm wondering if it actually does that, at least from an executive director responsibility role.
Yes, so appreciate your question. Obviously, we don't aim to add great burden in streamlining. That can obviously have different impacts in different regions and within different fisheries. But with, specifically potential additional confidential data access with either an SSC or an advisory panel, with their job relating to contributions to fishery management plans, we saw a need here that, within the rule, it has proposed procedures to require the National Marine Fisheries Service to approve any request from a council executive director for any potential confidential information released to the council for use by SSCs or advisory panel members who are not federal or state employees. So we understand that this could potentially have some additional steps, but in the grand scheme of things, we see these as limited requests that would come from very specific conservation and management purpose goals within a need within the development of a fishery management plan that would be evaluated by executive directors such as yourself in concert with a clear need from the advisory panel or SSC and the council staff on what is the specific need for this specific data for them to have access to it. So we envision that it would help the SSC and AP members carry out their responsibilities more effectively and still maintain our responsibilities on protecting confidential information as required under the Act.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, and I apologize if the question is a little fuzzy. It was very difficult for me to understand exactly what was in the proposed rule as it relates to executive director responsibilities. But there's a related question as well as it relates to our ability to provide data to stakeholders who may be involved in very important stock assessments. We have maybe a unique situation in the Northeast where we have working groups that involve industry folks that serve on those working groups, and they need access to confidential data in order to participate in those working groups. So there's a number of things, there's probably, I don't know, I shouldn't say, but there's a number of hoops that we have to jump through in order to allow for those folks to have that access. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, if this is going to be helpful to that particular process. Thanks.
Thank you. So with procedural issues such as these, the details will be sorted out. We're planning on the follow-up policy. So this rulemaking sets, the framework, the baseline for definitions, and this planned allowance that we see as a need to allow these SSCs and advisory panel members, for example, to have the access to potentially confidential information that is needed to effectively and efficiently meet their responsibilities under these appointments. So the goal with any of these is to make these more efficient in handling the access requests, but then also with the follow-on procedures that we're planning, that's when the details would get sorted out for the exact processes. And this would be the sort of topic that would be very helpful to submit public comment on if there's specific concerns or specific recommendations on how to make it clear that, say, certain members of these advisor groups, especially as you mentioned, more in the New England Fishery Management Council, need potential access to meet their responsibilities. So we absolutely encourage, since the rule does not get into those sort of specifics and details, but the procedures would, if you have any recommendations and specifics related to those, to put those in any public comments that you submit. And like we said, we would be having engagement on those as they are developed after the rulemaking is finalized.
Michelle Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I guess my question was how this relates to our next agenda item topic. I mean, after hearing the presentation, I was thinking about, the ability for fishermen to request their own data and the timeliness, and that's what we're going to be talking about next on the agenda as it relates to compensation programs. So I guess maybe my question is, has this proposed rule and these improvements to it, also taken into account, the increased number of data requests that might be coming through as a result of offshore wind compensation programs? And, do you all see these proposed improvements as making that process more efficient?
Thanks for the question. So I can't answer that in specifics because it will depend on different data requests. We are, like I mentioned in the procedures, would get into processes, and we would obviously like to make sure that any requests are valid and necessary to meet their responsibilities, but not be over burdensome on both, council staff in evaluations, executive directors in making these requests, and as well as our agency staff in evaluating and either confirming or denying the need for access to this data. So this is one thing that we are looking at, how we can modernize how these requests are handled, and also ensure that as much consistency as is appropriate across different councils and requests, but for the types of data and types of access that are being requested, that we are more nationally consistent in the potential authorization for accessing this confidential information.
Maureen Davidson.
Thank you. The last question actually is very pertinent to some questions I've gotten in New York concerning the lobster tracking devices that will be required on certain lobster vessels that fish in federal waters, where I was asked by one of our fishermen exactly how that data was going to be collected and how it was going to be used, and if it was going to be kept confidential. When we talked about how it's going to be used to determine sort of the characteristics of the locations of the Atlantic northern whale, or perhaps for other spatial planning that would be done in the ocean. That's just a comment, because these are questions that are coming up as New York State puts their regulations in for the electronic tracking devices on lobster vessels. But my question is, will these regulations change the responsibilities of the states as it pertains to the collection, sharing, and requesting of confidential data? We collect data ourselves from our state fishermen. Some of it comes from our fishermen who hold federal licenses as well. And do you anticipate any change in the responsibilities for the states? Thank you.
Thank you. So any data that is required under the Madison-Stevens Act, it has to, have confidential protections as required. We have, obviously, the rule outlines that any information this applies to any Madison required information that is under our agency's NOAA fisheries custody and control is what these directly apply to. However, we obviously have different agreements and partnerships with different states and commissions and others to collect Madison data for us in partnership. So when that happens, those will be follow up to see if any agreements or memorandums of understanding or other applicable partnership documents would be potentially need to modify to reflect, say, the modified definition here of confidential information. But we don't see a big change in responsibilities. I can't speak specifically to every state agreement or every commission agreements, but that's the general. That would be our general approach on hopefully just creating more consistent definitions that, yes, might need some updated reflections, but not in agreements, but not additional responsibilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Reed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just have it would have been nice to have a Cliff Notes version of what is changing from confidential to no longer confidential, as opposed to trying to read a giant document and figure it out. I don't know if that exists. I would argue that observer data is not voluntary. I'll leave it at that. It's a requirement to carry an observer, and I don't think it's a voluntary act on the part of anybody. My question about the limited access permits, it talks about allocation to a person. I really need to know what the definition of person is, because a person can be a person. It can be a corporation owned by a person. It can be a corporation owned by multiple persons, and so on and so forth. And it's mentioned several times, including when it talks about observer data being provided by a person, which of course is the captive, but not necessarily the owner. So that's my question there. And I appreciate Dr. Moore's question about the complexity of what the workload for us is going to be, but I was a little bit unclear when you mentioned that when it comes to confidentiality, it might be more important to New England than it would be to the Mid-Atlantic. If you could explain that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that was quite a few points there. Going, I guess, to your last, pointed question. So I might have misspoken, but I was more specifically answering the question related, because since it was to New York, and then Mr. Moore specifically mentioned the New England example. So I wasn't trying to single out New England as the only one, just related to his specific way he articulated this question. And then related to observer information, I think we explained pretty well in the preamble. Any observer information is that is collected by observer deployed under the Madison-Stevens Act is confidential information. Anything that is required by Madison as a requirement to meet responsibilities for having a permit and being able to fish would be considered observer information that is to meet those responsibilities and therefore would be confidential. If there is obviously any additional terminology that you feel is needed to explain more, say with the limited access privilege program, or elucidate more on confidential information, we obviously welcome public comment on that. We hope that the definitions we have provided will create more consistency, say for the LAP program, especially with defining what a limited access program is, especially the regions have maybe used these in slightly different terms, and that the termination, having it be more consistent on what exactly are the components or potential inclusion in the determination, going into the additional flexibility of what could be used in the future for determination within the program. And then for the definition of person, I will say that it is defined in the Madison-Stevens Act. I don't have the exact articulation right in front of me right now, but it is quite broad in a definition. So I could follow up on that, but it is defined in the Magnuson Act.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. I appreciate your answers, and we'll look forward to having the same conversation next week under other business at New England. That'll be on Thursday afternoon. So thank you. See you then.
Yes. Yeah, my colleague Brett Alger will present then, and if you have follow-up specific to that, we welcome then, and obviously with public comment.
Chris Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laura, just a couple quick questions. I'm sorry if I missed this. When do you expect the final rule to be published?
Thank you. So with the public comment period closing in a couple weeks, we are planning to move this along quickly to address any unclear terminology, anything we need to make clear either in the preamble itself for context or the regulatory language in the rulemaking. So we are hoping to move it along this summer to finalize.
Okay, thank you. The second question relates to the document, or this internal control procedures document that, as I understood it, what you said, if I understood what you said, basically after the final rule gets published and implemented, this would be the document that would basically tell us how things are going to work. And I'm wondering what that vehicle is going to be. Is it going to be like a procedural directive, or how's that going to be transmitted to the folks that are going to be actually doing, trying to get access to confidential data?
Thank you. So if you want to go back one slide, you can just see the outline of the 3 key areas that we're planning on addressing. And there could be additional ones. So data aggregation standards, accessing confidential information by third parties, and processes for permit holders to get information. So improving data access there. So these, we have not yet determined the exact vehicle, and it could be different potentially between these 3 or the exact same. So it could be procedural or policy directives. It could be an administrative order. What we will be doing is having internal groups, representing different staff across the agency, from stock assessment scientists to observer program managers, all those that are really deeply involved in handling and using this data to help us work through the considerations for setting data aggregation standards, for example. So we're exploring options at this point, but they're planned to be procedures that will be obviously applied to our internal data management, but opening those for engagement during their development, and that we will obviously post and share publicly. So that is yet to be determined, especially, and the details would obviously be shaped by the exact definition, the exact level of detail and content that is in the final version of the rule.
So thanks for that, Laura. Just to follow up, I think what I would highlight there is your last bullet, which is providing opportunities for engagement. So based on what you just said, it sounds like this document is going to be produced internally by, several groups of NIMS folks, reaching out to the councils, council staff, stakeholders, folks that have been involved with confidential data, confidential access, or confidential data access, I think would be very important. And certainly I think it would be helpful to the process. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
Any more questions around the table? Questions from the audience, online? Greg Domenico?
Greg Domenico, Lunds Fisheries. Just a few questions, if I could, for clarification. When I selected one particular paragraph from the proposed rule and trying to understand this in the context of the way the presenters talked about it. So it says, NIMS proposes to exclude from the definition confidential information, vessel-specific observer information on interactions with marine mammals, while interactions with ESA-listed species would be confidential within the scope of that definition. NIMS notes that it will use and may publicly disclose vessel-specific information on interactions with ESA-listed species where that information is only collected under the ESA and as such, not MSA confidential information. So applying this to a real world situation, does the proposed rule, or is it your intent to release confidential vessel data if you have an interaction with a marine mammal? That's the first question. Did we lose her?
Nope, I'm here. Sorry. Just unmuting again. I would, if there's anything, especially with this specific example, that would provide additional clarification between that defining line of the allowances under that are included with specific provisions under the MMPA versus the ESA, I would definitely encourage public comment on that. I don't want to get into a specific this or that for a question and answer at this point, and I don't have the exact wording in the rulemaking right in front of me at this time, but overall trying to having the clarity that has not been outlined in a regulation before on the differences between ESA and MMPA is what we've outlined in the rulemaking.
Okay, then probably will not ask the remainder of my questions on that topic. So I'll move to another one. Could you go back and talk about when observer information is requested by the vessel owner? You said that some of the information was available, but not post-trip interviews. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so if we could go back to, let's see, slide. Seven, I believe. Sorry, let me see what, trying to get to what slide we had that on. If you go forward to actually slide 9, I believe. So the line that we've drawn here with this, and you can see in this last bullet relating to how this exception applies to observer information. And so any observer collected information that is directly for the direct information that is required under the Madden-Stevens Act and any accompanying regulations that the maybe specific fishery has to meet the monitoring requirements, that data would potentially have the ability to have a written authorization release, but not other information collected for program management purposes. That would be more for NOAA fisheries internal program management, like post-trip observer debriefing reports. That is not specific data to manage the fishery, but complements how we manage our monitoring program.
Okay, if I could go back to one other thing. As you, is the intent of this proposed rule to only have this apply to federally permitted commercial fishing vessels?
Yes. Any data that is required to meet the program responsibilities or conservation and management responsibilities as required under the Madison-Stevens Act. So any data that is collected under the authority of the Madison-Stevens Act is what this rulemaking applies to.
So if a private vessel of any type that doesn't have a federal permit has an interaction with a marine mammal, that data is not subject to this proposed rule.
So the information, it applies specifically to any information collected. There can obviously be potentially different MMPA requirements that I could not speak to at this moment, so I wouldn't be able to answer that in specifics, but that could potentially be a very helpful public comment to submit to make sure that we are clear on the defining line if there's, especially if there's no potential, depending on what, how the interaction occurred and under what authority we could be collecting that data.
Okay, last question. Could you go back to the bullet where you talk about a third party? I think it was your last slide. Third party access. In this particular case, what do you, can you give me an example of third parties?
Here, as we have, you go back to there. So it shows up on my screen, 1 second. So with accessing confidential information, there could be requests from others that want confidential information, and it depends on the use and how that could be utilized going forward. I would have to, we have not yet, because we are planning to go into detail of these potential procedures after the rulemaking, kind of the scope, but we have seen a need through council requests, other commission requests, contractors that are working with different councils and commissions and others to that have demonstrated a need over time, that we don't have a smooth kind of more nationally consistent procedure of how these others besides federal employees could potentially have a need for and access confidential information. So having an approval process that's more streamlined and clear across the nation and under our agency's authority is what we'd be aiming for. So internally looking at our internal procedures, how to improve that to have more national consistency on how we approve potential third-party requests for accessing confidential information.
Does that include a third-party contractor who would ask for confidential data regarding fishing vessels to be used for law enforcement purposes?
I don't want to overstep in addressing any law enforcement issues, but the point of developing this is to have more national consistency of how we work with our partners to have more consistent data access processes through non-disclosure agreements and other types of agreements. Again, that would maybe create more clarity across the different regions, but that the main point here is not a law enforcement angle.
Thank you.
Thank you. But again, any public comment on clarifying that or where potential lines are drawn or what to incorporate on that sort of procedural procedure that we would be developing would be welcome in public comment.
Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Megan Lapp-Seafries. I have two questions. The first one is, would offshore wind companies be included in that third-party definition? Would offshore wind companies be allowed to access vessel-specific information for the purposes of compensation plans or otherwise?
I cannot answer that at this time. That would not be because we are far from developing the kind of scope and potential bounds of these procedures. I don't feel comfortable commenting on that specific example at this time. But again, a public comment on the types of entities and information allowed to be potentially released or data sharing agreements would be most welcome.
Okay, so I'll just offer comment as a follow-up from that and to some of the other unanswered questions. I, as a stakeholder that will be directly affected by this rule, I have significant concerns that very direct questions that are very applicable to our businesses are not being answered today, and we are being told that the scope and the bounds of that are going to be defined after the rulemaking. For me as a commercial fishing stakeholder, that's a major problem. My second question is, if this rule is going to declassify voluntary information, does that apply to study fleet information?
I couldn't hear your last point. Does this apply to what?
To study fleet information.
So that specific example, I also can't comment on that specific example. It just because it is not MSA confidential information as required to be submitted under the Magnuson Act does not mean that the agency would all of a sudden make this deep breadth of data available. That is not the point of this rulemaking. We are trying to clarify terminology and provide more national consistency on how, when, what, where with these data access and data access abilities for both vessel owners and permit owners, as well as potentially other entities that use it for conservation and management. So at this time, I can't give you that specific answer, but we are doing this to clarify the definitions of very key terminology related to confidential, and not that would not be any of our point of proceeding with this rulemaking and the complementary internal control procedures.
Okay. So study fleet information, some of it is required by MSA, some of it is not. But I know that, that as well as other cooperative research programs, a lot of vessels, will provide data voluntarily with the assumption that it is confidential. So if voluntarily supplied data through cooperative research plans and things like that is allowed to be released in unaggregated form, I think that is going to de-incentivize working with the cooperative research branch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Kalen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation, Laura. Obviously, there's a lot of questions. I just wanted to support Dr. Moore's idea that maybe the councils could write a letter on this. There's a lot of outstanding issues out there, and maybe that could be something we could do collectively. I also wanted to comment on Chris's comment about the need to streamline fishermen's access to their own data. And he mentioned the nexus there is in the assessments, the working groups, the research track assessment process that we have now, which actually is working pretty well. The delays in getting fishermen's information that they're willingly signing off on with written authorization to the researchers are extreme, and really that whole process needs to be streamlined big time. Megan makes a good point about information that's voluntarily accepted or asked for or provided with a study fleet. I mean, that's an open question too, but the streamlining of the industry's use of its own data that it can subscribe to other people researchers are working with is really underserved right now. So that would be something I would put on the list of concerns. It misses the whole thing. First question is why now, I guess, overarchingly, and trying to find something positive out of this, maybe without some hidden agenda is difficult, but that's one area that needs to be streamlined. So I hope that a letter could be developed if the councils are willing to do that somehow and get some of these ideas in a very short timeline for comments. But that's a comment. I don't really expect a response, but I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it and understand the frustrations for many fishermen in accessing their own data. So that is definitely something that we would that we had considered in this rulemaking, and went into details as much as we thought were appropriate to have in a regulation, but a detailed letter on more specific concerns for the public comment period would be much appreciated. And especially with more contemporary monitoring and reporting programs, new data types and streams from electronic monitoring and others, we felt this was a timely to get this rule out. And like I mentioned earlier, this really creates a baseline and a framework and consistent terminology for these programs to work off of, for a LAP program, for example, and have or national consistency in these sorts of processes. So we think these will benefit all of our conservation and management partners, such as yourselves, in the long run, and clarify data access and data use under the Madison Act.
Chris Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, given the level of concern and comments and questions that we had today, I think a letter would be appropriate. So staff will develop a letter, draft letter for council consideration. We'll get that out for folks to look at. Have a couple days to look at it before the deadline of April 25th, and we'll get that in. Thanks.
Peter Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your presentation. Chris, just to follow up on something Eric Reed said, it would be nice to have a cheat sheet so we could actually see what's being removed and what's being additive, you know, a red line edited so that we could actually see. That would be very helpful, because this is a presentation like this is rather confusing, as you can see by all the questions that we've had so far. So that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. I think, in fact, Jason started doing that with at least part of the documents that we have. It's certainly, I don't think we should have the expectation that the agency will provide that to us, but I think we can do it. And I think we can do it. And I'll try to get that out as soon as we can so folks can see it. Probably come out about the same time that we have the draft letter. So you can look at those side by side, see if there's anything else that you'd like to comment on, and we'll go from there.
Eric Reed.
Yeah, thank you. And New England is, we're going through the same things you are right now, trying to figure this whole thing out. But this is not specific to New England or the Mid-Atlantic. This is a national issue. And I think it would be appropriate if the CCC were to get, and the executive directors would get together and perhaps send a letter from all 8 councils at once as well. Thank you.
Seeing no more questions or comments, Laura, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you everyone for your time and helpful comments. And again, encourage all the public comment on anything that is unclear of concerning, and look forward to working with all of you as we move forward with the rulemaking and move toward the internal control procedures after we finalize the rule.
Laura, can I keep you online for one more question, please?
Sure.
Aubrey Church. Sorry, I didn't see you on the hand raising feature.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Laura, for the presentation. It's just a quick question regarding slide 7 about the marine mammals. I just wanted to make sure I understood what are the specific examples where video or images from fishing vessels would become publicly available, either through the Observer program or through electronic monitoring. I know it's very specific where it talks about date, time, location of interactions, type of species. Nowhere does it mention in the proposed rule images or video, but I just want to make sure I understand that clarity. Thank you.
Yes, appreciate the question. I can't get into every detail or nuance, but I will point, actually, if we move to the next slide. Sorry, it must be. Apologies, it was actually, if you actually go to slide 10, I apologize. So under this definition of business of any person, we also make clear financial and operational information. So we are, it would have obviously further follow-up, but our business of any person definition here also includes the fishing location, skier employed, and catch. So the information available under EM as opposed to observer detail notes would also have to meet that standard of not having clear clear operational pieces of exposed during any release of data information.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move on to our next agenda item. Offshore wind fisheries compensation programs. Joel Ubaidi, council staff will be doing a presentation whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Does it sound okay? Sounds kind of echoey over here, but I'll just keep talking. So while Stephen pulls up my slides, I'll just start talking, I guess. I have a short presentation just to set the stage for this discussion. This is definitely maybe a little bit more than tangentially related to the previous discussion topic. This discussion topic relates to fishermen accessing their own confidential fishing data and some specific challenges associated with that. So I've tried to keep my presentation pretty short to leave most of the time for discussion among everyone in the room and online about their perspectives on this. And then this relates to some data that are collected and held by NOAA Fisheries. So there's NOAA staff online. I think Doug Crystal is online to help provide some answers to questions and additional insights into the process as needed. And this also, we're going to discuss an example of the Vineyard Wind 1 Fisheries Compensatory Mitigation Fund. And staff with Vineyard Wind, Emily Rochon, and maybe some other folks are also available online to help answer questions about anything specific to Vineyard Wind as needed. So this topic, again, relates to fisheries compensatory mitigation. And as we all know, there's a lot of offshore wind energy projects planned for our region. This figure shows the lease areas that currently exist, including the 2 that were included in the recent proposed sale notice for the Central Atlantic. So as these projects are being approved by BOEM, there's requirements to set aside certain amounts of funding to compensate fisheries for once these projects are constructed and operational. Fishermen will, in some cases, no longer be able to fish in these same areas the way that they did before. So there's funding set aside to compensate fishermen for those impacts. And right now, there's only 2 compensatory mitigation funds that are currently operational, and fishermen can apply to them right now. But as time goes on, it's anticipated that there will be more of these funds coming online. There's plans in the works to try to get a regional fund going so that there can be kind of coordination amongst different projects. But right now, the 2 existing funds are for the Vineyard Wind 1 project, which is highlighted on the screen here, and the South Fork Wind project. And so for these 2 programs, and presumably for the ones that will follow, there's a requirement to provide proof of fishing activity within the wind lease areas in order to be eligible for compensation. So next, I'm going to walk through some more details on the program that's specific to Vineyard Wind 1 and the data requirements and the process. Just to, again, this is just meant to be an example of some of the challenges associated with this process, and also just help kind of raise awareness about these programs and the requirements. So even though a lot of these details are specific to Vineyard Wind 1, some of the kind of more general issues might be relevant to other wind projects as well. So in order to apply for compensation from this Vineyard Wind 1 compensation fund, applicants need to prove that they are the owner or operator of a commercial fishing vessel homeported in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, or New Jersey, have a 2023 commercial fishing permit from NOAA Fisheries, fished in the Vineyard Wind 1 lease area for at least 3 years between 2016 and 2022, and have annual revenues from fishing activities for those corresponding 3 years. So for this specific program, applicants just need to demonstrate that they fished at all in this lease area during this time period for at least 3 years. There's not a need to show how much fishing activity was in the lease area, how much revenue was in the lease area. just needs to be a demonstration of fishing activities in the lease area, and then provide documentation for the total annual revenue from fishing activities, not just within the Vineyard Wind 1 lease area. And there's a number of data sets that can be used to demonstrate fishing activity within the Vineyard Wind 1 area. That includes VTRs, VMS, AIS, observer or at-sea monitoring information, study fleet information, time-stamped chart plotter data or images, logbook supported by additional data or other trip level reporting. So to some extent, fishermen already have access to some of this data. So they may have access to their own or copies of their own VTRs. And again, any one of these data sets can be used. There's not a requirement to use all of these. These are just examples of things that can be used. But so some data sets, fishermen might already have their own copies of the information, but other types of information, fishermen will need to put in a request to NOAA Fisheries to obtain the information. And NOAA has provided some information for those types of data requests. So depending on the type of data that is requested, they've provided these 4 different email addresses. So just wanted to make sure everyone is aware that if you are someone who wants to apply for this program, make sure you're putting your request in the right place to help get you your information back as quickly as possible. And NOAA also provided this guidance for data requests, which I'm not going to read this all out loud in the interest of time, but I want to make sure that everybody knows that this exists. You can read it on the slide. It's also available in the briefing materials and in some other places. But basically, just be very clear about the specific information that you are requesting to help facilitate getting the data as quickly as possible. So the reason that the discussion is focused on the Vineyard Wind 1 Compensation Fund is because it's a program that's open right now, and it also has a specific eligibility period, which is from March 4th through June 3rd. And this text on the screen is from the website that's also linked on the screen, which says that this is the only time that commercial fishing vessel owner-operator applications will be accepted. Applications submitted outside of the eligibility period will not be considered, and applicants will not have another opportunity to qualify for the program. So a big reason why this was put on the agenda today was that some concerns were raised with commercial fishing stakeholders that there's this strict deadline to apply, and if a lot of people are going to be requesting data from NOAA Fisheries, and depending on the type of data, and there's certain situations where the data request might be a little bit more complicated, that there's concerns about the turnaround time of getting the data back and getting it in a format that can be used for this purpose. So there's an example of these concerns in the briefing materials. There was a letter submitted by Tom Dameron, who I understand unfortunately could not be here today, but the gist of the concerns described in that letter, which I encourage you to read the whole thing in more detail, is that this application deadline is making it very challenging for fishermen to obtain their data from NOAA and meet this eligibility period deadline. And there's an example in there of a data request for VMS data for not for this specific purpose, but that has had a very long turnaround time. So this letter was expressing concern related to this June 3rd deadline. But I also wanted to note that Vineyard Wind 1 has stated that applications that are otherwise complete and submitted by June 3rd will not be rejected if fishing activity data from NOAA Fisheries remains outstanding. I'm not sure this was super widely known, but you can see more information about this on the FAQ section of the website linked on the screen here. So Vineyard Wind 1 is aware that there might be challenges with getting data. So again, just to make it clear that as long as the rest of the application is complete by June 3rd, outstanding data requests shouldn't disqualify people from applying to this fund. And so again, this is just meant to kind of be a discussion about these potential issues, and the NOAA folks can talk more to their side of the process. The Vineyard Wind 1 folks are available online. Although this discussion is focused on the Vineyard Wind example, there might be similar concerns for other projects. The council doesn't have to take any specific action today. So we just kind of wanted to set the stage and see where this discussion goes. We could talk about potential actions that the council could take, but an action is not necessarily needed. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Go ahead, Joe. You're chewing at the bit.
Really, thank you for the presentation information. There's a lot of hoops that everyone's got to jump through to do this. But the very first bullet point is the wall. Why? What is the rationale as to why the applicants are limited to the states of Massachusetts through New Jersey when vessels up and down the coast fish that area, including the Southern Fleet with Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina? Why are our fleet being excluded from this?
I can start to answer that. I'm not sure if the Vineyard Wind folks or anyone else online or in the room would want to add on to what I have to say, but my understanding is that, so Vineyard Wind 1, you probably know, is the first major federal waters project to be approved by BOEM. And in the record of decision, it says, I think I have it in my notes somewhere, but there's a specified dollar amount. Found it, $19.1 million for Massachusetts, $4.2 million for Rhode Island, and then $3.3 million for the other states combined, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. And this is something that the council has commented on as more and more projects get further along, that the council in various comment letters has said that it is problematic from a council perspective to have these funds be limited in that way. And so this was, again, the first project of this scale to gain this approval from BOEM, and BOEM required these funds specific to these states. But it's over time, I think there have been some changes, and you can look in the record of decisions for the specific dollar amounts, and I think it's become less specific to individual states over time, but that's just the way it was written in the requirements. My understanding is that it's coming from BOEM. I'm sure there were some negotiations happening that led to those requirements, but that's something that might differ slightly for every project.
Mike Luisi.
Sorry, this is Emily from Vineyard Wind. I can add to that if it's useful.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you. So basically, the genesis of these funds and the limitation, particularly to Massachusetts and Rhode Island, is down to the Coastal Zone Management Act. So the Coastal Zone Management Act delegates authority to the states to review certain federal activities that occur within the GLD of a particular state. I think it's the geographic location description is what that acronym is, but don't quote me. So based on the location of where Vineyard Wind 1 is, both in terms of where the turbines are being installed and where the offshore export cable corridor was, Massachusetts and Rhode Island were the only states that had jurisdiction under CZMA for the project. And as part of that process, the potential impacts to the commercial fishing industry were considered. And so through that process, we came to an agreement, separate agreements with Massachusetts and Rhode Island for the $19.1 million for Massachusetts commercial fishermen and the $4.2 million for the Rhode Island commercial fishermen and the onshore dealers in both of those states to provide the compensatory mitigation funds. There was no requirement on any level to provide any additional funding, but we voluntarily provided the $3.3 million for Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, acknowledging that fishermen from those states may also be impacted by the project. Those agreements with Massachusetts and Rhode Island, as well as the voluntary commitment for the $3.3 million, were integrated into the project's final permit conditions. So they are now also a permit requirement under BOEM's jurisdiction for the project. And so that's why we are where we are at this stage of the game, at least for the Vineyard Wind 1 project.
Richard Wong.
I was just wondering if there was a formula calculator ironed out yet for the compensation. Thank you.
This is Emily again. I'll just jump in on that one. Yeah, if you look at the website that is associated with the Vineyard Wind 1 Fisheries Compensatory Mitigation Program, there's an explanation of how payment calculations will be made based on everyone that applies during the eligibility period. There will be eligibility determination notification sent out and payment notification amount sent out to eligible fishermen that says, this is your expedited payment offer. Fishermen will have the ability to either accept that offer or elect to go through an individual claims review process that may result in a higher compensation amount. So that process has been worked out that the third-party administrator will implement, but exact payment levels for fishermen can't be determined at this time because they will be specific to the individual fishermen that qualify for the program.
Dan Farnham.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. To Joe's point or question, what if you have a vessel that's documented in one state, but its landings from the Vineyard Wind area, or all of its landings are in a different state, say Massachusetts? How would that be? How would you account for that?
This is Emily again. I'll just keep going. Krista, cut me off if you want to. Yeah, this is one of the limitations that we encountered with the program. Unfortunately, we are bound by our agreements with Massachusetts and Rhode Island to only provide the funds that have been set aside for fishermen that are home ported in those states, even though the amounts, the 19.1 million and the 4.2 million are accounting for landings. And so that discrepancy has excluded fishermen that may be home ported in another state, but bring their land their fish in Massachusetts. There was nothing we could do about that after the agreements had been executed with the states. We're not able to change that, and we're bound by the terms of the agreement. So that is one very important lesson learned from our side, that states in some instances are getting credit for landings from vessels that are not home ported in their state. So that is definitely something that needs to be corrected going forward.
Go ahead, Dan.
Can I get a clarification? What do you consider the difference between home ported and documented port? Is there a difference in your opinion?
I might defer to Krista on that one if she can speak to that. If she may be trying to come off of mute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So it should be the home port where your vessel is like the permit number and your home port from your vessel. That's where it's tied to. But it also, the calculation from the amount that you're going to get compensated for it's still the same process no matter what state you're from, even though some of the buckets of money are different per state.
All right, thank you for that. Can we have a name
copied?
for the record, please? The 508 number?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is Krista Bank from Vineyard Wind.
Thank you. Mike Luisi?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question maybe to the service as far as the data requests that are coming in. I think Julia may have mentioned that that's one of the points in time, one of the points in the timeline that could present some significant issues as it relates to the deadline. And I wonder how the service is looking at that. There was some mention that there might be, as long as somebody's working on an application maybe and the data aren't available when needed, they would be still considered. But my concern being somebody who works for a state agency who receives a tremendous number of data requests, it is a drain. It is a really big drain on staff time and the workload associated with doing that on top of all the other activities. How's the service faring with dealing with these requests?
Hi. We're getting a lot from what I understand. For specifics, I'm going to have to phone a friend. Doug Crystal is on the line, who might be better able to help explain the volume that we're getting. in terms of the request through GARFO, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Doug, are you on here?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To date, we have received 23 data requests for Vineyard Wind compensation related interests. 16 of those have been completed. We have 7 outstanding. The average duration of the request is 11 days. Over half of them were under 7 days between initiation and completion. The few that caused the average to go up were mostly due to investigating the history of permit transfers. That does complicate who has access to the data, consistent with the previous discussion. So we're on track. We're averaging about 11 days. We have some parallel data requests for the South Fork wind compensation program, but as far as the VTR, the fishing footprint, the dealer records, we are having a relatively quick turnover, and we keep getting data requests each day. So I hope that answers your question.
Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was shocked to hear the number that you mentioned. In the back of my mind, I was thinking there would be hundreds of requests coming at you guys. And I'm just thinking again too, for the future, as when Maryland and Virginia and other interested commercial interests in the southern region are doing the same thing, could there be a way that the service could identify those individuals and send them their information as it's leading up to the point in time where they would have to ask for it? So I'm saying that, and I went through an exercise where I work in Maryland years ago, probably a decade ago now, where instead of asking the fishermen for what information they could provide to us, we gave them everything individually that we had for them. Then it was kind of another way of accomplishing the same data request, because we sent them everything we had, and then they could do with it what they chose to do with it as far as asking for whatever project we were working on. But I'm a little concerned about if this continues and it grows on itself, and as these projects move their way south, if this is just going to be something we're going to have to continue to deal with, or is the service the kind of thinking ahead to the future to try to help mitigate this ongoing process that could be 10, 20 years, into the future.
Rob Rule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This kind of parallels what Joe and Matt was saying, and voices another concern I've had of mine about the compensation aspect of it. One, I fall into the category of a transient vessel. I'm home ported in North Carolina. I work out of Virginia. The boat hasn't been in North Carolina in 41, 42 years, and is probably never going back into the state of North Carolina. I fished in that area, quite a lot. We've had probably 14, 15 years of consecutive, participation in the herring fishery in that area. We wouldn't, there's no way for us to apply for this compensation because we are not a Rhode Island vessel, a New York vessel, a Massachusetts vessel. We do hold in order to prosecute that fishery or to land in another state, you do have to hold a state license for that state. We do have a Rhode Island license, which allowed us to land within Rhode Island for the years that we herring fish there. But one of the things that I've always been really concerned with, and I'm hoping going forward that we can look at it if we continue down the path of compensation, the window that they give or that they've chosen for participation, it's a really tight window. And I would only qualify for 1 year of that because of regulatory actions that happened. Using herring as the example, we fished for 14 years on a very, very, high TAC. And then all of a sudden, Atlantic herring, the restrictions kind of got lumped up pretty heavily, which significantly reduced that fishery to the point that it was no longer lucrative for us to prosecute it by packing up shop and moving it up north for the winter. But to date, I have not seen any type of conveyance or consideration given for a fishery that took place in an area that is no longer prosecutable due to a management action because of a rebuilding plan that's in effect, or, you know, something of the like. So I'm hoping that that's something that may be considered in the future if we continue down the path of compensation. But the other question I was curious about is, you know, like Dan said, why are we using home port? If you have to be licensed in any state in order to pack in that state. You have to hold a landing license. Why wouldn't that criteria supersede what's painted on the back of the boat, or just a you know, labeled on your actual documentation? Because it really doesn't serve any purpose. Thank you.
Maureen Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned, given the tight time frame that fishermen have to apply and some of the difficulty perhaps in getting all of the data that they would need to apply. Is there a way that the fishermen are being reached or contacted so that they're aware of this opportunity? Is there an outreach program, or is this really up to the fishermen to learn about the program and apply? I would be concerned that we would miss some fishermen who would be eligible to apply if there really wasn't an adequate outreach program. Thank you.
Peter Hughes.
Hi, this is Krista again. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we have been trying to have a pretty thorough outreach strategy, but I'm always looking for more suggestions as to how to get the word out. We have we have some email and text alerts that we send out. We've asked the states to help share the information within their networks. We have a network of fisheries representatives that we ask to share the information through that. We've asked the councils to help share the information and post information about the compensation program through their website and channels. We've put some ads in commercial fisheries news. We've tried to contact Fishery Nation and the National Fisherman magazine to run an ad. The last that I heard, National Fisherman did not want to run an ad with the information about the compensation program, so we're running into a few challenges on that end. But I would welcome any suggestions or opportunities on how to get the word out better. And again, on the eligibility timeline, we want to be flexible. We understand there's challenges. If it seems to be that time window is not enough, I'm sure we can find some ways to maybe extend it. I know, Emily, you might want to chime in on that approach as well, but we really want this money to go to fishermen. We're not trying to make it difficult, even though it's a very difficult process. So again, we welcome any feedback and suggestions, and we will, again, try to be flexible to make sure that this gets to the fishermen. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is Emily just chiming in. We're sort of taking a bit of an adaptive management approach with aspects of this program to make sure, we're not disqualifying fishermen on a technicality. So for example, if you can't get the NOAA data in time before the June 3rd close of the eligibility period, you're not going to be disqualified for the program, provided you've submitted an application that the third-party administrator has otherwise deemed complete. So I think from that perspective, there's flexibility. We were the first company to do this, and while we spent 2 years developing this program with lots of input from state agencies, commercial fishermen, our fisheries representatives, and expert fisheries consultants, you can't anticipate all the ways in which things will play out. So from that perspective, echoing what Krista has said, we're all ears, and if there's anything we can do to improve the success of this program, which to us means getting money out the door to fishermen, we're happy to consider that feedback.
Thank you.
Chris Moore.
Mr. Chair, as a follow-up to Maureen's question, I'm curious, maybe Julia, you know this, is BOEM or NOAA Fisheries done any outreach on the program?
I don't think they have. I'm pretty sure they have not. While I have the mic, I'll note that the council did send an email out to our general list and put a news blurb on our website.
Peter Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the press release, the Vineyard Wind press release came out March 1st, or March 4th, I'm sorry. And the deadline to provide information to the company is 90 days, and that will end on June 3rd. And in their press release, it says critically, this 90-day time frame is the only opportunity that fishermen will have to qualify for compensation over the life of the program. That's a very, very, very small time frame for us to get data. And in hearing what Doug Crystal had said, that they're turning over data, 11 days on average. And we have some correspondence from Tom Dameron's company that they have data requests open since August and September of last year, 8 and 9 months ago, that they have not been able to get their data. I think, and I agree with Mike, that the number of just over 20 vessels have asked for their data is a very, very small number. Because when I come, I'm going to have 20 plus vessels all coming in at one time. And I want to be sure that we're going to be able to get this data. Now, excuse me, looking up another article. In an article published by South Coast Today on March 22nd, in this quotes Krista, that the initial step is eligibility and the deadline is June 3rd. Once eligibility is established, there will be some time to submit all of the necessary documentation. So I'm just wondering what that means, and could Vineyard Wind 1 put out another press release letting folks know that it's okay if you let us know that you fished in the area and you can provide your data at a later date. Can you tell us what that means? Because we have a lot of hoops to jump through to qualify for this. This isn't just getting VMS information. This is getting dealer disposition. This is getting what you sold the seafood for. This is supplying, in some cases in your press release, you want, one of the things that you offer is we can submit our 1099s to Vineyard Wind to show that we'd had some earnings from that area. So I'm really, really concerned that there's a lot of information that we need to identify and turn over. And I've gone out and I've gotten a quote for somebody to write a software program for that. And that software program alone is going to be cost $80,000 just to develop a software program for a problem that is not our problem. We did not make this problem. People sitting around this table did not make this problem, yet we're going to have to pay. And so I need clarity to this whole thing because it's pretty cloudy right now. Thanks.
So this is Emily again from Vineyard Wind. I understand your concerns and appreciate your frustrations. I think, your situation is precisely why we are saying to potential applicants that if their application is otherwise complete by June 3rd, save for fishing activity data because they're waiting on NOAA to fulfill a request, that they will not be disqualified from the program. So that's the flexibility we've provided with the 90 days, and there is no end date on that. So if you have submitted a data request to NOAA and you're waiting on NOAA, your application will be considered as once the NOAA data has been provided that you have submitted an application by June 3rd. So I think from that perspective, you're not going to be shut out of the program due to any potential delays associated with a data request. I would also note that while I understand that this is difficult to gather a lot of this data, I think it's important for all participants to realize that no one is being required to show any economic loss or displacement from the lease area in order to qualify for the program. So that was one key simplification that we made to the program to address the many barriers associated with trying to roll out a program like this in a fair, transparent So I think it's important that everyone understands that. That is not the case necessarily for future compensatory mitigation programs, but that's the approach that we took to try to make this a little bit easier and to reduce the potential burdens associated with qualifying for the program. The last comment I'd like to make is we're not asking fishermen to submit revenue data from the lease area. We recognized early on that many fishermen would not be able to provide landing their information that was tied specifically back to the lease area, asked to provide their annual net revenue data or their gross revenue data. You can go to the website and look at the FAQs, better understand what it is, but there's no expectation to somehow take your annual revenue data and tie it back to the lease area in order to qualify for the program.
Mike Louise.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the second question here. So in thinking about what Peter and Maureen mentioned, something that I'm starting to think more about is whether, you know, the concern over whether or not we're missing people who would normally, through a more extensive process, be informed to the point where they can gather the appropriate information and submit it for review to be part of this program or not, given the window of time. And if so, I put myself in the position of being part of Vineyard Wind. So if I was a company who was going to write checks to people, and I wanted to make sure that that all the people who could receive checks were informed and knew that they could apply for that compensation, I would want to have some measure as to how successful the outreach process has been. And so my question to folks online, do you have a number in your mind based on gathering information of your own that would suggest that we are with 23, let's call it 25 data requests at this point? Are we halfway there? Are we just scratching the surface as to the number of potential applicants that could be submitting information? I mean, does Vineyard Wind know how many people this could impact? And are we doing anything about making sure that the people who haven't yet reached out are informed to the degree that we can truthfully say that we tried to make sure that you had the information that was necessary for you to make a decision as to whether or not you were going to apply for compensation or not? You know, that's how, in my world, that's how I would want to make sure I was carrying this out. So that question, it was kind of roundabout, but do you have a sense as to how far along we are in this project?
Hi, this is Krista here again. I would assume there would be that 23 is not a lot and that more should be applying for the program. We do not know or have a good handle on exactly how many. And as has already been brought up and noted, you know, this program doesn't allow for vessels from other states. And again, that's for future projects. I hope that problem is remedied. But short answer is no, we don't know. This is our first compensatory mitigation program, and I would hope the number of applicants would be, you know, quite a bit more than 23. And again, any suggestions on better outreach would be really appreciated, because the last thing I want is that people that do apply and could be eligible for this program don't get it. Vineyard Wind does not get any of this money back if people don't apply for it and there's no direct compensation to fishermen. It rolls over into a state fund in Massachusetts and a state fund in Rhode Island, still going to the fishing industry, but you know, it'll roll over into state funds. Thank you.
And just adding on the outreach front, I mean, building on what Krista had said earlier, this is Emily again from Vineyard Wind. You know, we did hold open houses in New Bedford and Point Judith in March, and we are tabling at various events, including Massachusetts Lobstermen Association, Janice, that was also in March. Our team is out at various events on a regular basis, tabling with information about the Vineyard Wind 1 Fisheries Compensation Program. We're also putting it out on social media, et cetera, et cetera. You know, that being said, there's never anything approaching a perfect outreach strategy. So yes, we are very worried that we will miss fishermen, and we're doing everything we can to ensure that getting the word out. And so, you know, from this group and using your networks to get the word out to fishermen is much appreciated. And echoing again what Krista said, that any additional suggestions about how to make sure people get the word about this program is feedback we'll certainly take.
This might be a quick question for Doug Crystal if he knows the answer. Do you guys have a ballpark figure how many people are going to probably apply for this?
Doug lost internet.
I'm back. I'm using my cell phone, so forgive me. Could you repeat the question, please?
Do you have a ballpark figure how many people are going to be requesting this?
Requesting for Vineyard Wind 1 or other programs?
Yeah, just for this one to start with.
Nicole Morgan might be able to correct me, but I think we estimated roughly based on the eligibility criteria identified by Vineyard Wind, there could be upwards of 190 vessels eligible for compensation under that program based on 3 years between 2016 and 2022. But that might be an overestimate based on the fishing footprint method, which is less spatially precise than other forms of data.
Is there any way that your office can reach out to those 190 vessels and send a quick email or something along that line saying, hey, you guys might be eligible, get your information in? Is that possible?
We have considered that. My understanding is that we are still seeking clarity on how and whether we can do that. I've shared that with my contacts and key fisheries, and as Julia mentioned, she sent out that email from the council. As Emily indicated, there has been a number of outreach opportunities from Vineyard Wind. They've been addressed at the Massachusetts Fisheries Working Group and other elements. But yeah, we're continuing to discuss how our role is relative to these compensation programs and what services we can provide to not only industry, but also states and other constituents interested in the data.
All right, thank you. Joe Grist.
Mr. Chair, for the second bite at the apple today. One of the responders made a comment that basically sounded like this is a learning process on their part on how to do this. They definitely have something to learn about fisheries. We're talking about federal waters, federal fishery, a public fishery. And yet somehow a deal has been struck. Somehow that cut out part of the public. And they didn't even know until after the deal was struck. And we're being told today in here, well, too bad, because that deal's on what's on the table and nothing we can do about it. I like to request that somewhere, either from council we request it or they just voluntarily give it to us. What is the exact process from A to Z on how they're making these decisions so we can figure out where in the public process we need to be watching to make sure our states don't get cut out in the future. Because there's no transparency here when we're sitting here going, well, that decision's already been made and too bad. And that's not right. It's not right at all. And earlier there was a commenter that said, well, maybe we can reconsider something about the years. Well, if you can reconsider the years, you can reconsider the other bullet that's cutting states out. This is why we have so many complaints about offshore wind coming that we're having to field, is this very type of thing. And now we have an industry that, is struggling, and it's just now another thing to put on top of them, on top of all the hoops they're having to jump through to get something done within 90 days. So I don't know whether we can ask for the council or something, but I don't think we have a clear understanding of how this process is being handled by the federal service that's in charge of it. And we're getting cut out, and our fishermen are being cut out, and that means they're losing money. And that is just not acceptable. Thank you.
This is Emily from Vineyard Wind. If I can chime in quickly, I think what we're struggling with, and we here is not just the offshore wind industry, it's the fishing industry as well, is a poor policy framework. BOEM does not have authority under existing legislation to require compensatory fisheries mitigation, and it's really left to the CZMA process that I mentioned earlier, and the states that happen to have jurisdiction through CZMA to require, well, in some fashion, or to negotiate the compensatory fisheries mitigation. So that's why we're here. That process is a public process, and so the agreements and the concurrence, the consistency reviews that we reached with Rhode Island and Massachusetts are fully public agreements and public processes that individuals can participate in. I'm happy to provide to Julia as a follow-up to this meeting those agreements so you can review and understand where our hands are tied when we sign those agreements with the states and then they turn into permit conditions. We're not in a position to change those fundamental elements of the agreement. So I fully understand and completely agree with you that this is not an ideal program and we do not have an ideal approach from the Vineyard Wind 1 perspective, but given all of the many limitations in creating this, we like to think we did as best as we could do to ensure that the money that is available to fishermen gets out to fishermen. And I understand the concern with the 90 days, but at the same time, we were hearing from other fishermen who were saying, get the money out to us as soon as possible. So we're trying to balance many different voices here. And again, if the 90 days is fundamentally an issue that is precluding fishermen from participating in and qualifying for the program, that is something we can address. So I want to make sure that everyone on this call fully understands that. We are not going to use an arbitrary 90-day period to close people out of this program. If it is not working, that is something that can absolutely be fixed.
Eric Reed.
Thank you. So to your last point, congratulations to Mr. Crystal. He's doing a very good job at this point, but there is going to be bulk entries from a lot of people in this room. So given your last point about the 90 days, whether it's working or not working, we have correspondence from Last Till LLC that says it's not working for him and it may not work for other people in the future. Why can't you just change the 90-day period from June 3rd to January 1st, 2025 now and get it over with? To me, that would be the simplest solution here. That still doesn't solve the potential backlog problem, getting some additional data. But is it because you need to get everybody in the pool so you can divide the 19 million divided by 20 years divided by applicants for the first year's payment? Or can you just extend that date today to January 1st, 2025? That would put a lot of people's minds at ease, and nobody in this room is at ease at this moment. Thank you.
With respect to concerns on the 90-day period, my suggestion is to send an email to the third-party administrator and put in writing why the 90-day notification eligibility period is a problem. It's important to have these things in writing, and we don't have he doesn't have DeMaximus, which is the company in Major, who's a third-party administrator. He has not received written correspondence on that yet. So I would encourage, and we're doing this with other people, to send him an email. It's on the website for the Fisheries Compensation Program. The reasons why the 90 days isn't working, other than the NOAA data request issue, that may be a problem because that one we've already said we wouldn't disqualify applications on that basis if submitted by June 3rd. So I think that's the first thing I would say. And I'm losing my train of thought on the second point that I'm trying to make. So apologies. Oh, yes, excuse me. You're correct. What we're trying to do here is get everybody in the door, understand what the pool is, and then on the basis of that, you can fashion a program where payments are made over the life of the program and monies don't run out. We've heard from several sources that people think that the monies are going to run out and that it's first come, first serve, and everybody who gets their application in first, the check's going to be cut. And if you get your application in last, you're not going to get any money. That's not how we structured the program. The program has been structured very intentionally to ensure that if you qualify for the program, you will be paid. In order to ensure that we do that well and successfully, we need to qualify everybody up front. So that is the trade-off that we made with this program, is identify the pool of applicants. We know what the liability is going to be with respect to the funds that are available, and then the payments can be structured in a way that the money never runs out.
Eric, follow up.
Okay, well. So does the third-party entity have the authority to change that date on its own, or does it have to come back through Vineyard Wind and then to BOEM? Because if they don't have the authority to do it, what's the point in telling them anything? We're telling you right now.
We're asking for it to be in writing. They don't have the authority under the current rules of the program to extend it unilaterally beyond 90 days. But if they are making a recommendation to us that the program needs to be extended beyond 90 days, then that's something that we can accommodate. So we're not administering the program. So I'm trying to maintain, while we framed out the program and created it, and we've handed it over to a third-party administrator who's administering it. So I'm not reviewing anybody's application. Krista isn't reviewing anybody's application. You know, no one at Vineyard Wind has access to any of the information provided in the applications. That's strictly the third-party administrator. So for that reason, as the entity that is administering the program, it is important for him, for that company, to hear that directly, and then they can come back to us with that information and their recommendation on how to adjust the program, and we can proceed accordingly.
Dan Farnham.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. We fished in the wind energy area that Vineyard Wind 1 is part of for many years. But we didn't know, going back through our logbooks and we talked about it. We didn't know if we would qualify. We fished offshore, west, east of it, blah, blah, blah. We were notified by Vineyard Wind that they had AIS data that we would qualify. I'd like to ask Krista, could she elaborate upon that program, just so everybody else understands where it comes from?
Yes, yeah, Krista's here again. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Dan, because I did want to mention that, our outreach strategy as well. That is another component to it. So Vineyard Wind has AIS data going back to 2016. That was part of a NAV risk assessment that we had to do for one of our permit requirements. So we went back through that AIS data and asked for it to be separated by anybody that was in the Vineyard Wind lease area that was going at a speed of 4 knots or less and was in the lease area for 30 minutes or more. So we have we have different data. Well, we have that AIS data, and we're contacting people that we have that AIS data for and letting them know that we have, the 3 years of AIS data right there. That shows that you have eligibility. Because again, showing you have eligibility, you don't have to show fishing effort. You just have to show that you've had some history there. So we are in the process of trying to match that AIS data and those vessel names with the permit list and trying to contact those vessels to let them know that they have this extra data source. So, and anybody can reach out to me personally with my email address or text. We have not had time to alert everybody yet, but we're slowly making our way through that list and trying to make sure we get information out that we have that extra data source. Thanks.
Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Krista. To that point, shouldn't that be a requirement for every wind energy company to do what they did? I mean, in my mind, if they can get the data and notify fishermen, it takes a lot of the guesswork out of the fleet, out of the fishermen to jump through these hoops. So I would think that would be a requirement going forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
Tom Schlichter.
I'm just wondering if any future projects will include compensation for hire vessels, federally permitted for hire vessels.
This is Emily. Krista here again. Go ahead, Emily.
Just to say yes, there's already been, as part of some of the fisheries compensation programs developed for projects that came after ours, that for hire and recreational fishing have been included as part of those compensation programs. So that is absolutely something that has been done already. And we are assuming that it will continue to be done for future projects.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Go on the webinar, James Fletcher.
Thank you. The question is, the vessels that the council requires, using summer flounders as an example, to come back to North Carolina and pack their catch, they will not qualify. The other question is, the vessel owner will get something, but the man on deck, the crewman, will not get anything. The council needs to step in and stop Vineyard Wind or whoever is directing this program in their best interest, the company's best interest, the wind farm's best interest. And the council needs to step in and address this for the best interest of the boat owner and the crewman, because the crewman right now, as it stands, is totally eliminated from this. Thank you, James Fletcher, United National Fishermen's Association.
Katie Almeida.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Katie Almeida from the Town Dock. I was going to make that same comment that James Fletcher just made regarding the crew. But I also just want to let you know, and I'm not sure if this was covered already because I did come in late, that if you do sign the paperwork for this compensatory mitigation, it does preclude you from any further lawsuits. So this is sort of a one and done thing for any type of compensation. You sign this and then you can't join any other lawsuits if there should be any negative effects down the road that we see and we want to seek further compensation for. Thank you.
This is Emily from Vineyard, and I just want to clarify that in exchange for accepting payments from the Fisheries Compensation Program, recipients will be asked to waive their right to sue specifically Vineyard Wind 1 and the third-party administrator, which is very typical because the participation in the program and the payments received by the program are viewed as settling the claims associated with potential economic loss associated with the project. So participants will be asked to waive their rights. They are not being asked to waive any rights with respect to other offshore wind developers, other offshore wind developers compensation programs, regional compensation programs, or the Vineyard Wind 1 fisheries gear loss and damage claims process. So I think it's important for everybody to be really clear on what the liability waiver pertains to and does not pertain to. And lastly, fishermen in exchange for receiving payment are also not required to cease fishing activities in the lease area. They can continue to fish in the lease area and earn income from the lease area that does not impact their eligibility or their ability to receive payments from the program.
Katie, do you have a follow-up?
Yes. I understand if this is something that is typical in these type of agreements, then I think it's even better to warn people ahead of time that during these conversations, perhaps it could come up in conversation that maybe that be removed, or I'm guessing assuming if this is typical, then we are to assume that this is going to be for other wind companies as well. But just something to keep in the back of your minds. Thank you.
Mike Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I came in a little late on this conversation, but I think I heard you say that the for-hire fleet would be eligible under this program. And so my question extends beyond that to the shoreside businesses that are supporting that for-hire fleet, such as tackle shops. Are they included in this program as well?
This is Emily from Vineyard Wind. The for-hire fleet is not eligible for the Vineyard Wind 1 Fisheries Compensatory Mitigation Program. And with respect to onshore businesses, onshore dealers in Massachusetts and Rhode Island may be eligible to participate in the program. And that is something that the third-party administrator will be reaching out to potential companies that may be eligible at a later date and inviting them to apply to the program. But tackle shops are not foreseen as a business that would be eligible to participate in the program.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
So I guess for the benefit of not only the stakeholders, but the council members around the table, can you explain why the for-hire fleet or the recreational sector more broadly is not included in this program? And then in answering that question, can you give us some understanding, because I've heard you make reference to kind of future action, future projects, future similar funds. Can you give us some understanding about whether that was an oversight that you hope to be corrected moving forward, or kind of where Vineyard Wind stands with that?
Sure. I think for Vineyard Wind 1, when we were having this conversation with respect to the recreational and for-hire fleet, there was insufficient data to really understand who and the extent to which those individuals in that sector would be impacted. And so they were ultimately not included in the agreements that we executed with Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Since that time, there has been concerns raised about the lack of inclusion of those sectors in the fisheries compensatory mitigation programs. Those concerns have been heard by BOEM and the state. And so for the projects that have negotiated, I don't know if this is straight across, so there may be one or two other projects that are in the same position as Vineyard Wind, but other projects that have received permits after ours do include a recreational or higher fleet in their fish mitigation program.
Thank you.
Megan Lapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Megan Lapp, Seafreeze. I have a question and then a comment, if I may. So this is to, Vineyard Wind or the fund administrator. Are the funds in the compensation, or the amounts in the compensation fund, are they designed to pay out for 5 years? A qualifying fisherman gets a check for 5 years, or the 30-year life of the project?
This is Emily from Vineyard. Payment schedule that Vineyard Wind funds is publicly available and was negotiated as part of our agreements with Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So you will see that we'll be making annual payments to those funds throughout the life of the project. Fishermen that qualify for the program will be eligible to receive annual payments for the first 5 years of the program. At year 5, the third-party administrator will reach out to the qualified applicant and ask them to confirm that they are still actively engaged in fishing. If the fisherman confirms that that is the case, then they will receive another 5 years of annual payments from the program. At year 10, the third-party administrator will do the same thing. Again, if the fisherman is still actively engaged in fishing activities, another 5 years of payments will follow, and that will continue until the Vineyard Wind 1 project is decommissioned.
So it will go the 30 years and not the 20-year life of the PPA either?
No, the permit and the agreement requirements and the permit requirements are until the project is decommissioned.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And then for my comment, I think it's important for people around the table to know how this process is actually occurring. And I will say that the 90-day issue is an issue, as well as the fact that, as far as there were no meetings. There's a compensation fund for vessels from Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, states represented here on this council, and there were no meetings in those states. There was one meeting in Rhode Island about this fund, and there were 2 in Massachusetts. But, you know, there's vessels from New York, there's vessels from New Jersey that fish in those places. Those vessels even unload, you know, we've got vessels that unload with sea freeze from multiple states, including many states around the table. So, you know, the information is not getting to where it needs to. And that is a problem. And if I was sitting around the table today, I would be very concerned about that. But I do want to kind of follow up on something that Katie mentioned and kind of give the folks around the table an idea of what the meeting in Rhode Island was like and the questions and the concerns that did arise at that meeting. As Katie mentioned, fishermen who are eligible to receive money from the fund will be required to sign a waiver exempting Vineyard Wind from future liability. We don't know what this waiver looks like. We don't know what it says. You know, we requested to look at it prior to application because, quite frankly, like this is a lot of work to go through all of this. If you do it and then you get to the end and you see this waiver and you're like, I'm not signing that, you know, because you don't know what it says or how it's worded. That's a problem. So the fund administrator was in agreement and was going to see if they could get that waiver and make it public. I have not seen it yet, but quite frankly, you know, it was discussed at that meeting that the compensation funds do not cover environmental damage. And if there is environmental damage from this project at a future date, impacts to stocks, impacts to, you know, the immediate and surrounding environment, anyone who signs that waiver, even though they have not been compensated for environmental damage, are not going to be able to pursue any compensation for environmental damage in the future. The compensation fund does not compensate for impacts from the export cable. The export cable goes straight through a very intense squid fishing ground. You know, we've been assured that the cable will stay buried and will never become exposed, but that has not been the experience in other countries. If you go to the UK, the majority of problems that they have are with the cables. There are notices out to trawl vessels. The squid fishery is a trawl fishery that operates over that cable. There are notices in other countries to trawl vessels saying steer clear of cables and subsea structure because snagging on them can cause serious risk of loss of life. So in the event that the cable becomes a problem in the future, there is no compensation now. There will be no compensation in the future. And if a vessel signs the waiver, they will be unable to try to get damages or anything like that in the future. That is an issue that was raised. There were a lot of shortfalls with the fund. People acknowledged this in the meeting, even Vineyard Wind, and the response was, well, maybe at a future date for future funds, this can be addressed with the regional fund administrator that the states are trying to push. However, a big problem of that, it gets back to a point that I think Eric had raised earlier in the process. BOEM cannot require any compensation at all. The compensation even that will go into a future fund is only what BOEM analyzes. And BOEM does not analyze environmental impacts. It does not analyze you know, devaluation of fishing permits. It does not analyze additional transit time necessary to get around the projects. It does not analyze a lot of things. So that money will never become available. The fishing industry is going to be at a loss regardless of what fund exists in the future and regardless of what states set up. Currently, there are 8 approved offshore wind farms by BOEM. I believe 6 of them say, well, we'll require compensation or you know, the developer can do compensation in alignment with BOEM's draft fisheries mitigation guidance document, which quite frankly was a garbage document and did not acknowledge a lot of things. It is a draft document. It is not even a final document. So any compensation funds from those future wind projects, whatever gets put into a fund is going to be inadequate. It is not going to be forced to address all of the public comments that those of us in the fishing industry raised in opposition to that document and its conclusions. So what the council needs to understand is right now you are going to experience shortfalls of impacts, and environmental impacts are not being looked at. In Rhode Island in particular, Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management did an analysis for X vessel value only, not including shoreside impacts, Vineyard Wind had $35 million of ex-vessel, direct ex-vessel impact for the states that were only registered in the state of Rhode Island. Our compensation fund is 4.2 million. That doesn't even include shoreside impacts. So
And
what
Megan,
really,
if I can correct you on that, the 4.2 million is specifically for direct payments to fishermen. There's an additional 12 million and a bit that was also provided to the Rhode Island fishing industry by Vineyard
Chair.
Wind to ensure that there are additional funds available to support the Rhode Island fishing industry. And yes, I apologize for cutting you off, but relatedly, I would also like to correct the fact that we have provided compensation to fishermen for installation of the offshore export cable corridor. We did that earlier.
All right,
when we were
Emily, let
installing
her finish her question. Go ahead, Megan. Finish
Is there
your
a
comment.
question?
Finish your comment.
Also at the Rhode Island meeting, there is no way for this fund to address vessel transfers. In the qualification period, there are people who have transferred vessels. There is a question about previous owners' data being available to new owners. I have had multiple questions into NIMS, OLE, other people, and I have not gotten a final answer yet, but from what I can kind of tease out, it seems that it is going to come down to the actual bill of sale, direct information in a bill of sale. And I can give you an example of how this is going to affect not only vessels, but also processors, because
Megan, you need to wrap it up too.
yes, sir. If a vessel was transferred to someone during the qualifying period and the new owner cannot get access to the previous owner's data, any shoreside facility that unloaded that vessel will also not get those landings attributed to it. And there is question, what is being required in the application process is year-end financials for those vessels in those years, whether it's IRS forms or whether it's like year-end financials for the boats. And it is highly, highly questionable whether a previous vessel owner is going to give a new vessel owner their IRS forms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I think we've had a very interesting discussion. And I think at this point, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break as we're definitely on a time crunch here. So let's come back at 3:25 and Sarah will have you ready to go. Thank you. 1 minute warning. All right, let's get started with the rest of the afternoon's agenda. Let's start with the 2024 State of the Ecosystem Report. Dr. Sarah Cases, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the council, for taking this report again this year. I do appreciate it. I'd like to acknowledge that we have some new staff on the report this year. In particular, Joe Caracappa was a co-editor this year who did an amazing job. He jumped in the last minute. We had a little staff turnover. And then we also added Andy Beat and Brendan Belts to the data team here. And then we have Garrett DePiper, Kim Hyde, Scott Large, Sean Lucy, and Laurel Smith, all of whom are section leads. And I have a list of over 80 contributors at the end of this that I can share with you. Hopefully we didn't miss anybody, but couldn't be done without them. So again, I greatly appreciate the council taking this report this year. So I'll go over a bit of background. The State of the Ecosystem, or SOE, is the acronym you'll see a lot, is intended to improve the ecosystem information synthesis that you get in your daily job as fishery managers here. What we are doing is linking ecosystem indicators to management objectives specifically, and this is contextual information, so the council does not have a specific decision related to this report. The report's been evolving since about 2016 with your feedback, and hopefully we're improving it for you. And again, this is intended to be a fishery relevant subset of what might be called a full ecosystem status report. You may have heard of those. They're produced in other regions. They've been produced here before. They're extremely in-depth. They're very long, and we're trying to keep this shorter. So this year we somewhat achieved our goal with what, an only 45-page report. So at least it's not a couple hundred, but our goal is to keep this focused. We emphasize open science in this report, so there's links at the end of the presentation to the data that we use and the methods, and a lot of more background this year in an indicator catalog. And that's so we can facilitate the use of this information by anyone who needs to use it, council staff, other researchers, et cetera. And as you know, this report is feeding into the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council's ecosystem process. Brandon led a very nice paper on this a couple of years ago, which uses risk assessment, conceptual modeling, and management strategy evaluation. So the council's been through that loop once already, and we're hoping that the report is evolving to continue to feed into this process. So just on the structure of the report, we have maintained the same structure as we have for the last couple of years, but we've made a slight adjustment to one of the sections, and we've added a new section for you and we welcome your feedback on this, and we'll continue to develop these if you think they're useful. But basically the report has the first 3 pages as a graphical summary. So the first page is a report card relative to the fishery management objectives that are listed there in the table on the right-hand side of the screen. And those are ecosystem scale management objectives. They're derived from the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other legislation, including the Endangered Species Act, Marine Mammal Protection Act that we're all working under. So they include things like seafood production, profits, recreation, stability, social and cultural objectives, and protected species objectives. And this being an ecosystem report, we're also weaving in information on supporting and regulating ecosystem service, things like biomass productivity, trophic structure, and habitat. And so the graphical summary gives you that report card first, a summary of risks to meeting objectives on the second page, and a new third page, which is a snapshot of conditions in 2023. So we're very interested in what you think of this new page and if you think this summary is useful, because this is a brand new thing. And so then the second section of the report is in more detail performance relative to management objectives. And the third section is risks to meeting those management objectives. And this year we have revised the climate and ecosystem risk section to, we hope, better align with fishery management objectives as well. And the final section of that risk section is offshore wind development. Again, we're emphasizing here that this is a fishery management report, and so it's not that there would never be a benefit from offshore wind development, but we are really focusing on what the risks are to meeting the objectives. And then the very final section is an expansion of that 2023 snapshot. So we still are thinking about these ecosystem synthesis themes when we are producing the report. We used to have them on page 3, but since you've seen that for a couple of years, we decided to replace it with the 2023 highlights. But these themes are really still behind what we're reporting. And there's 3 main themes. There are multiple system drivers, regime shifts, and ecosystem reorganization. And so the first one, multiple system drivers, is represented by that graphic on the left-hand side, and that's really that there's social, biological, physical, and chemical factors that are driving the system, and there's a lot of different pathways. And so we really try to explore those in the report. The goal here is not to just give you a list of indicators and move on. It's to really try to synthesize this information and help us all understand what might be driving the changes that we're seeing. Those changes in those drivers can lead to regime shifts, which we are defining as a large, abrupt, and persistent change in the structure and function of an ecosystem. So not just a regime shift in a single indicator, but looking, are there regime shifts in multiple indicators? Because if they are, that would suggest that we might be having ecosystem reorganization. This obviously would be important to you if the ecosystem reorganizes to the extent that basically the baseline for management has changed. So that's the type of information, if we can identify that, that we would obviously want to bring to you in this report. So mostly we emphasize multiple system drivers in the report because I think that's what we have the best handle on. But as we have more analysis and synthesis, I'm hoping we can better identify whether there has been a regime shift and if there are large changes in system organization. Just some notes on the report scale and figures. So the spatial scale of the report is intended to be sort of at the eco-region scale. For your report, the Mid-Atlantic report, we emphasize Mid-Atlantic bite indicators. So in the map there, that's the light blue. There's also a New England report that looks at the Gulf of Maine and Georges Bank in the darker blue up there. But we do have indicators that span the entire coast, and we try to identify which ones those are for you. And everything in red on these slides, which you will have access to if you don't already, is a link. So there's an online glossary of terms, there's detailed technical methods, the indicator data, and a new indicator catalog are all available for people who want to do a deeper dive. So that's the spatial scale and where to find more information. For the time series figures, we try to do them in a standardized format. So I'll go over that now. The key to the figures there on the right-hand side is, so basically it's a time series, so it'll always be time along the x-axis and whatever the indicator is on the y-axis here. In this case, it's distance on the top and depth on the bottom. So this is actually an indicator of species shifting, all of them together. So if you see the black dots and lines are the observations for the indicator, and if you see an orange line, that means there's a significant increasing trend in the indicator. If you see a purple line, that means there's a significant decreasing trend. We, in this report, are only identifying trends. We're only assessing them if we have more than 30 years of data. That's based on some simulation analysis we've done, which is also linked down there. If you see a 30-year time series or more and there's no line that's in color, that means there was not a significant trend. The gray background, which is barely visible on the screen in here, is indicating the most recent 10 years. And that's so you can kind of hone in on what's been happening recently with the indicator, as well as be able to hopefully instantly see if we're presenting indicators that are very different time series. It'll give you that sense of scale. So that is our indicator key. And like I've already said, the structure of the report is in these 2 main sections. So in performance relative to management objectives, that first section, we in each subsection will say, what does our main indicator say? Is it going up or down, or is it stable? Why do we think it's changing? So that's where we would integrate these synthesis themes of multiple drivers, regime shifts, or ecosystem reorganization. And again, those objectives are just straight out of that table. So seafood production, profits, recreational opportunities, stability, social and cultural, and protected species objectives. In the next section, we have basically the same structure. It's risks to meeting the fishery management objectives. So we would still go through the what and why. Is it up, down, and stable? In the climate section, however, this year, we have a new structure. So we're going to look first at a fishery risk indicator, and then look at what might be the climate and ecosystem drivers of the fishery risk, and then talk about future considerations. So that's the structure of the new section. And the risk categories for that new section are risks to spatial management, risks to seasonal management, and risks to quota setting or rebuilding. So same sets of indicators we used to present, but they were more of a list of indicators. So we've now incorporated them and hopefully aligning them a bit more with management risks, which does sort of play into the risk assessment that the Mid-Atlantic Council is doing. And then the other ocean uses section has not changed in structure. It focuses on offshore wind development. We also submit every year a request tracking memo, and this is to keep track of everything that councils and SSCs have asked for with respect to the report. And last year, we had the help of several council members as well as the Mid-Atlantic SSC to prioritize this list of requests. I'm only showing you the top of it. There's over 40 of them, so it scrolls down quite a bit. But the highest priority requests identified by both the SSC and the council were these things like system level thresholds and reference points, or better understanding when things have trends or inflection or break points. And so we have made some progress against these, but, and I'm not going to go in detail through the memo, but you have it in your materials. I would just say that if folks have any specific questions on that, please do raise them. We're very interested in feedback on that. And we hope to maybe go through another prioritization process this year so that we can keep this up to date and make sure that we're working on the requests that are most important. But you will see that we are trying to present things like, say, temperature indicators with respect to species sensitivity levels instead of just absolute temperature. So we are working on these as we go through the report. So I'm going to go through the summary pages first, and you're not intended to be able to read the summary page on the slide. I've written bullets for them, and then we'll go through each of the sections in a bit more detail. But this is just to give you the overview. So the page 1 report card summary, performance relative to management objectives. We're seeing, as in previous years, a long-term declining trend in seafood production, and seafood production is below the long-term average for current status. Similarly, profits are showing those trends of long-term decline and being below long-term average. For recreational opportunities, it's kind of a mixed bag. We have effort overall going up and being above average, but effort diversity declining and being below the long-term average. The stability indicators for fishery and the ecosystem are generally mixed or flat right now. So no really big trends there, but we'll highlight the ones we do see. In the social and cultural indicators, these are not trend indicators, they're more status indicators, but in this year's report, we did try to talk about how things have changed since previous reporting years. These look at fishing engagement and reliance by communities in the Mid-Atlantic, as well as environmental justice vulnerability in those communities. And then for protected species objectives, there's 2 that we highlight. One is maintaining bycatch below thresholds, and those objectives are being met for harbor porpoise and gray seals, although the trends in those are mixed. And for recovering endangered populations, the North Atlantic right whale, I think as everyone knows, is still on a downward trend and below its recovery objective. So that's the first section of the report summarized. The second section of the report, again with a new revised structure for the first part of it, risks to meeting fishery management objectives. So for climate, again, this is risks to spatial and seasonal management, as well as quota setting and rebuilding. And so what we're seeing, an overview, is that we are seeing fish and protected species distribution shifts. I think everyone already knows that. We've been reporting that for multiple years. We are seeing changing timing for spawning and migration for several of the species in our region. And we're seeing multiple stocks with poor condition and declining productivity in the Mid-Atlantic bight. And so we'll go through each of those along with potential drivers as we go through this section. For other ocean uses, offshore wind development, we again report revenue in the proposed areas. So this is 1 to 23% by port over the last 12, 15 years. That's the range by each port, and up to 20% of revenue by managed species. And again, these are averages. So individual operators might face much higher or much lower impacts to revenue. And then some of the wind areas do overlap with important right whale foraging habitats with potentially increased vessel strike and noise risks. So those are the summary pages. And then this is the new summary page that we have added. This is the 2023 highlights. So here we've tried to put notable events from the past year that would span everything from sort of ecological to human uses. So a couple of the notable events: the construction has actually started on some of the wind energy areas. There was a scallop die-off in elephant trunk between 2022 and 2023 that was noted. There were hypoxia and mortality events in the New Jersey coastal ocean this past summer. However, there was record low hypoxia in Chesapeake Bay over the time series since about 1995. In the Gulf of Maine, there was a very, very large summer phytoplankton bloom. I'll show you a picture that shows how it's off the scale, but you can see in the image there on the right how that dark red is how extensive it was, and it lasted a really long time. It was also the second ranked Gulf of Maine bottom heat wave in 2023. Globally, it was a very warm year. There was warm water everywhere in the North Atlantic, except in spring on the Northeast US shelf. So even despite these global conditions, we can still see quite a bit of variability on the shelf. The Gulf Stream has been changing a lot and has been altering shelf break habitats. This was an El Nino year. It was the warmest year on record globally. I've flippantly written again, but it is true that we do write that statement a lot, and 23 was the warmest year on record. So that's the summary for the 2023 highlights. So I will go through in a bit more detail some of the indicators in this report. And I think I usually in past years have integrated what that means for the risk assessment, and that is still in here. So I'll briefly explain like what the indicator is doing and what that means for the risk assessment where we have that. So this is the first section. And the first objective is seafood production. And as I've already said, this is long-term decline and below the long-term average. So commercial landings is there on the left. The black line includes everything, whether it's seafood or not. So that does include menhaden landings, herring landings, things used for bait, as well as seafood landings, and no matter who manages it. So that's the black line, that's showing a significant decline. The blue line is seafood landings, so would not include things like reduction fisheries and bait, but things landed as seafood, that's also declining. That's managed by anyone. And the red line is seafood managed by the Mid-Atlantic Council. That one is not showing a significant long-term decline, somewhat more stable over the past 10 years than the other two, but we are seeing long-term declines in the other ones, and that's where the risk ranking comes from. So commercial food is moderate high risk. Similarly, recreational food with its long-term decline there on the top left right-hand side, that's recreational seafood harvest, has been declining in recent years, so moderate high risk there. Recreational shark landings have also come down despite a recent peak there for pelagic sharks, which has been brought back down again due to management. So we're going to look at multiple drivers of these landings changes, and that could be things like ecosystem or stock productivity, could be management actions, could be market conditions, could be environmental change, or a combination of these multiple drivers. So first we'll look at stock status. In the Mid-Atlantic, basically almost all of the stocks have good status. So everything, this is very hard to read in the room, apologies, really small plot, but basically everything that's in the color green here is above its biomass target and is fished below the maximum fishing limit. And everything that's in purple is above the biomass threshold, so still okay, but could be at the target level. And then everything in orange is either below the biomass target, so that's Atlantic mackerel, but it's not being overfished or subject to overfishing, sorry. Fluke has the F too high right now, but the biomass is above the limit. So it suggests that stock status is probably not driving lower landings right now, since most stocks are in good status. Similarly, Brandon's put together the total ABC or ACL for the managed species in the Mid-Atlantic since 2012, and you can see that's relatively flat, so it's not like the ABCs are coming down, driving the landings. The catch per ABC or ACL is here on the lower right-hand side, and that red line is sort of the median since 2012. So in general, catch is less than the allowable for almost all of the stocks, except for a few of these high flyers here. So it suggests that management is probably not the thing that's making landings decline over the long term in this region. Biomass similarly has, if anything, been going up in the ecosystem. So what you're seeing over on the left-hand side here is aggregate biomass from trawl surveys. The black is the Northeast Fisheries Science Center trawl survey, and the columns are spring and fall, and the rows are piscivores from the top, benthivores, planktivores, and benthos. So dividing it into those trophic levels. And what we see is we don't really have any declining trends in biomass. Oh, sorry, and the red is the NEOMAP survey included in here as well in the same categories. We don't have any declining trends. We do have some increasing trends. So piscivores in spring, benthivores in fall, suggesting again that it's not ecosystem biomass that's driving the declining landings trend. So what you see over here on the right-hand side is the landings broken into these same trophic groups, basically. And we see there's two big declining trends. One is planktivores, and that's really driven by consolidation of the menhaden fishery. That's almost entirely menhaden, that line there. And also benthos. So both species of clams managed by the mid-Atlantic and scallops are declining over the long term in terms of landing. So some of that could be markets, but some is also potentially availability of scallops. So this suggests that probably we should keep looking at the climate risks for some of these species, and we'll talk about those in a moment in the report, as well as changes in ecosystem composition and production changes in fishing engagement. But in general, it seems like markets and availability are driving this change in landings. So the rest of them go a lot faster. That was landings. So this is commercial profits in the mid-Atlantic, and we use revenue as an indicator of profits. As you can see over here on the left-hand side, the black line, that's total revenue in the mid-Atlantic, and that has a significant declining trend, especially recently. The mid-Atlantic managed revenue does not have a significant trend, but I think you can see by eye it's maybe down from what it was in the late 90s. And so the interesting thing here is that John Walden does this Bennett indicator, which breaks revenue into price and volume components, basically. So you can say, is it price changing or is it the amount I'm catching changing that's contributing to changes in revenue? And he used a new baseline, basically 1982, to ask the question, are we doing better than 1982? This has all been, compensating for changes in dollars and everything. So it's in 2022 dollars here. And the interesting thing is in the mid-Atlantic, volume was driving most of the change in revenue, and it's always been better than the 1982 level until just 2022, right? So with this steep decrease here. And a lot of this is driven by benthos, both in terms of price. You see price was pretty high for the benthos and it's going down, and you actually see some negative volume in the benthos here. So again, it kind of reflects what we saw in landings as well, but this is not the same result we got in other systems. The Mid-Atlantic was one that was doing better than the 1982 baseline, and Georgia Bank was quite different, actually. So the thing to note here is that benthos are driving the bus for revenue, basically, across a lot of our systems. And they're very climate sensitive. So surf clams and ocean quahogs were found to be very sensitive to warming and acidification in the climate vulnerability analysis done back in 2016. And we do have indicators in the report looking at acidification in their habitats, and we are seeing more of that, even though it's not quite to the threshold level yet for some of them for their growth. But that's something to keep in mind here in terms of overall revenue in the system. When we look at the recreational opportunities objective, like I said, we have kind of a mixed bag of indicators. So the recreational effort over here on the top has been increasing over the long term, although you can see quite a bit of variability here in the last few years. And this indicator in the risk assessment has actually been flipping back and forth between the status of low risk and low to moderate risk. As a new data point comes, it changes the slope again. So we're back into low to moderate risk using the criteria that we have. And we are in the next iteration of the risk assessment going to also include this recreational fleet effort diversity indicator, which is showing a long-term decrease. And that's suggesting potentially a reduced range of recreational opportunities, even if the effort is up overall. And that is driven by a party charter contraction and a shift towards shore-based angling. So these two together will be rated in the future risk assessments. Right now, the risk is only based on this top one. When we look at stability indicators, there's both fishery and ecological, and the fishery stability indicators do not have significant trends right now. Some of them aren't long enough for us to assess them, but basically the Mid-Atlantic fleet count, you could say visually by eye that maybe that might be decreasing, but it's not long enough to assess the trend yet, and it's recovered a bit from the recent low. The permit revenue species diversity showed a steep decline around in the late 90s and has kind of been bouncing around here, but it is suggesting that it's approximately 2 species that permits are relying on for their revenue, so not super diverse. And the recreational diversity of catch is showing no trend, but recently is actually supported by more species from the south. So not having a trend doesn't mean there isn't a change in the fishery here. But both of these are currently ranked low risk. When we look at the ecological stability, we have a significant increase in zooplankton diversity. And that is actually because of a loss of a dominant species. So increasing diversity isn't always something that you should be excited about if you're reliant on that dominant species. That data hasn't been updated. We're hoping to update it for you next year. The other ecological diversity indicators or expected number of species from the bottom trawl survey are not showing trends right now. So the take-home message on stability combined is that it seems like there's probably a stable capacity to respond to the current range of commercial fishing opportunities. That recreational catch diversity is maintained by a different set of species over time, and we need to keep an eye on that zooplankton diversity caused by the declining dominant. We'll show some more indicators on that in a bit. Moving on to the social objectives, and this risk element is ranked low to moderate based on looking across multiple communities. Basically, what we're showing here is a ranking of the top 20 communities, both commercial and recreational, based on engagement and reliance. And so, yeah, apologies for how small this is on the screen in the room. So we're seeing commercial fishing communities right now over here on the left-hand side. And basically, engagement is based on multiple indicators from the community in terms of number of permits, number of processors, and landings. So this does change year over year. And commercial reliance is engagement per capita. So it says how much of the community is reliant on commercial fisheries. And we have not seen a big change in the top commercial communities in the Mid-Atlantic, although Cape May, New Jersey dropped in reliance a bit this year relative to last year. Cape May, Barnegat, and Reedville are all the most engaged and reliant communities in the Mid-Atlantic. And there's quite a few ports that are highly engaged and maybe a bit less reliant. And in those ports, there's much more diversity in the environmental justice issues. And so that's what you're seeing over here on the right-hand side of the screen. And a point that I probably haven't made clear enough in past presentations is that environmental justice vulnerability is done at the community level, not for just the fishery component of the community. So these indicators look at the entire community. And basically they're asking, if this is a fishing community, does it have other issues as a full community that might make the whole community have a harder time adjusting to change, whether that change is from climate change or regulatory change. Having environmental justice vulnerability can make things more challenging. So the 3 indicators of environmental justice vulnerability are personal disruption index, that's in blue on this plot, the population composition index in yellow, and the poverty index in red. And basically, these are looked at kind of across many, many communities, and you get a standard deviation of what these indices look like. And you're considered medium, high, or high risk if you're above this black line here on any one of those indices. So you can see there's quite a bit of variability in the communities in the Mid-Atlantic for commercial fishing. Many of them are below even this. So if you exceed this dashed line on the figure here, you're in purple on the plot over here. If you exceed the full black bold line, you're in orange on the plot over here. And if you are not exceeding those lines, you're in green and you're considered to have less environmental justice vulnerability. And you can see here we are in Atlantic City. That one's got the most topped out on all 3 of those indicators of environmental justice vulnerability. That one is most vulnerable among these communities in the Mid-Atlantic. So that was commercial fishing communities, and we can also look at the recreational communities in the Mid-Atlantic, and some of these overlap. There's Barnegat Light again. And we basically ask the same question. So there's lots of highly engaged and reliant recreational communities in the Mid-Atlantic. Many of them are low on this environmental justice vulnerability scale, but several of them are medium or medium high to high, such as Ocean City, Maryland, and Avon, North Carolina. And again, you can see the plot over here. So in general, the commercial communities were ranking a bit higher on some of these vulnerabilities than the recreational communities, although we still certainly have recreational communities that exceed these bounds. So that again is so that to help the council understand, several years ago, we were showing these in aggregate and the council requested to see more information by community. And so that's why we show them this way now. And that's so, again, you have some information on the sort of range of ability to react to change. So for protected species objectives, here's the first one, maintain bycatch below thresholds. And the threshold in these plots over on the left-hand side is this red line. That's the potential biological removal, or PBR. And what we want is our bycatch in the blue line is the one we count the 5-year rolling mean to be below that red line. And it is for harbor porpoise, and it is also for gray seal, even though gray seal bycatch is increasing. Both of the trends in bycatch have to do with the population trends for the species as well as overlap with the fisheries. So one way or another, we're currently meeting these objectives for harbor porpoise and gray seals. And when we look at the risk elements for technical interactions, we find that most of our fisheries are in the low risk, 7 are in low to moderate, and 2 are in moderate to high. That's been revised this year. So that's for bycatch. And then when we look at recover endangered populations, this plot looks similar to the last couple of years, except we'll point out that there's some signs the adult population of North Atlantic right whales has actually stabilized since about 2020. And so that's good news, at least it's not continuing this downward trend. But the population drivers still include combined fishery interactions and ship strikes, distribution shifts, and copepod availability. And with, again, additional stressors potentially from offshore wind development, and we'll show a slide on that later in the presentation. We are also tracking the calf abundance, and since the really low point of 0 calves in 2018, there's been more production, and so the last couple of years have been up near at least the average for this time series. There are still unusual mortality events going on for 3 large whale species, including North Atlantic right whales. And there's one on UME is unusual mortality event. That's pending closure for pinnipeds in the Gulf of Maine. So that was the first page of the report card. And now we'll go through the revised section on risks to meeting fishery management objectives. And again, I'll just remind you that this is a revision. So the structure here is in 3 sections. The first is risk to spatial management or allocation. I'll go through the indicators of distribution shifts, potential drivers and implications. And we'll have the same structure when we look at seasonal management, risks to seasonal management or timed closures, and risks to quota management or rebuilding. So for risks to spatial management, we've been showing these same indicators in past reports, but we're just trying to reorganize them to maybe make it clearer and help get feedback on how better to integrate some of the drivers. So these are actually coast-wide indicators. The first one is fish distribution shifts on the left-hand side, and that is approximately 80 species, I think, on the bottom trawl survey from the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. And we're looking at their center of gravity combined across all of those species. And this is a long shelf distance along the coast. And there's this significant increase, meaning they're moving up the coast because we have a coast where north and south, it's tilted. Also, they've been moving deeper. So that's what this bottom plot is showing. It's just reversed because it makes more sense to talk about depth going down. And so they are also, in general, going into deeper waters when we look across all the surveys. For cetaceans, some similar work's been done, but on a shorter time series. We're seeing whale and dolphin distribution shifts, and this is broken up into winter, spring, summer, and fall. And we see a lot of them showing the same directional movement along the coast. However, there's a couple of species that are showing reverse direction. So in summer, I think that's short-fin pilot whale that's actually headed in the opposite direction. And we also have, I think that might be Roseau's dolphin or sei whale. I have to look, the colors are a little close. But it shows, and it's kind of foreshadowing some of the other indicators for seasonality, that not all of our shifts are in the same direction. So we can't always make that assumption, even though there is this predominant shift. So that's a lot of our managed species right there between fish and cetaceans. What might be the drivers to that? So some of the ecological drivers would be shifts in forage. We have this integrated index of forage species along the entire coast that we developed last year, used in the bluefish assessment. And that is also showing an eastward and northward significant shift in the fall. That's that top left plot there. With the spring is also on there showing a similar pattern. That one's just not significant. So we're seeing forage move, which populations would be following forage in general. Also, we're seeing this long-term trend in sea surface temperature, which I think comes as news to no one, that it's been increasing. This one since 1850, and it's got this long-term increase. But in particular, the past 15 years or so have been very warm relative to the historical baseline. We're also seeing changing ocean habitat. So it's not just temperature, but it's features of the ocean that species will move with and respond to. So on the top here is the Gulf Stream Index, and that's an index of how far north the northern wall of the Gulf Stream is. And so basically what this is showing is over time, it's been getting further north. And this year, it actually came up on the shelf, not to the north, but really close to the mid-Atlantic. So there's a lot going on with this very major current in our system, kind of pushing water around and making habitats different for the species. Similarly, on the shelf, we have the cold pool. That's the bottom plots here. And we measure the temperature of the cold pool and the spatial extent of the cold pool, as well as the seasonal duration, but I'll show that one later. So the cold pool in the mid-Atlantic, it's this seasonal bottom feature that shows up every year, has been getting warmer over time. So that's actually, we put sort of things that might be not good for the cold pool on the bottom. So it's getting warmer over time. It's also getting smaller over time. So this is a habitat that some of our species depend on, some mid-Atlantic and also some New England species depend on. And also it's a habitat that separates some species from each other and prevents their overlap. So as that habitat goes away, there's going to be different species interactions as well as different life history interactions for some of the species dependent on that habitat. So this can also drive distribution shifts because things are now able to be in places that they weren't if they weren't a cold pool species. So for risks to spatial management, some future considerations that we have in the report, and we welcome feedback on this and hope to be able to make this more useful to council decision-making, is that distribution shifts caused by changes in thermal habitat are likely to continue as long as these long-term temperature trends persist. We are working on trying to develop near-term oceanographic forecasts, and so that we hope to be able to inform how future warming might impact distributions to hopefully help with some decision-making. But it's not just temperature, like we showed. The increased oceanographic variability also needs to be captured in some of these regional ocean models and help us understand how that affects distribution processes to inform these future distributions. So we've got some that are really highly mobile or have short lifespans like squid. They're going to react differently from something that's immobile or long-lived, like tilefish, for instance, that's managed by the Mid-Atlantic. So this is obviously going to require further work. The Mid-Atlantic Council is obviously already involved in this. So there's the East Coast Climate Scenario Planning Group that's already thinking about how to deal with changing distributions. And Brandon's also involved in a project looking at near-term predictions of distribution shifts. So we hope to, as these products come online, be able to bring them into this report and welcome feedback again on what might be the most useful information for the council. So this next section is risks to seasonal management. Now this is looking at changes in timing within the year. And we have fewer indicators in this section, but we're hoping to be able to develop more. So the first indicator is spawning timing, and that's what you're seeing on the left-hand side there. And this is just right now for yellowtail flounder and haddock, but we do have this information for other species and hope to be able to bring it online. And in summary, what you're seeing is species have different spawn timing. Yellowtail are usually spawn kind of during the survey, the spring survey, depending on if they're the more northern or the more southern stock of yellowtail. What you're seeing in this plot is the percent of mature females at resting spawning stage, meaning they're done. So the northern stock has getting fewer resting females over time. The stock on Georges is about the same, and the stock in southern New England has more resting females over time. That's basically, you're seeing the spawning shift so that it's catching more of the spawning season to the north and less of the spawning season or sorry, the spawning season already over in the south as the survey progresses, where it's starting to come up in the north. And so they are actually changing the timing of when they spawn. Haddock in the Gulf of Maine and Georges Bank are much simpler. Basically, they're spawning earlier and the survey isn't seeing the spawners anymore. So there are many more of them resting now than there were earlier in the time series. And there's been very careful work looking at also the timing of the survey to make sure that that's alone isn't driving this. And it does suggest that we are seeing changes in spawning timing. So there's also been some published work on recreational tuna fisheries that are starting about 50 days earlier in 2019 compared to 20 years earlier or so. And in Cape Cod Bay, the peak spring habitat use by a couple of whale species has actually shifted later over time. So it's not always earlier, again, that pattern. So we hope to have more indicators here, but what we're thinking are some of the drivers is, for instance, we're seeing a longer summer now in the Mid-Atlantic Bight and in all of our systems, actually. So the indicator on the top left here is the time between spring and fall transition, basically the turnover. And that's getting longer, indicating that summer may be like 20 days. Ocean summer may be about 20 days longer now than it was in the early 90s. And also there's the cold pool seasonal persistence. So there's no significant trend here, but we are seeing in the recent 10 years, basically the seasonal persistence of the cold pool is shorter than the average. And so this does suggest that if we're relying on aligning fisheries availability and biological processes, we need to make sure that they're still aligned, right? So if we have closures, for instance, or if we're trying to have our surveys align with a certain process, these are things to consider, and we do need new indicators here, I think, to look for timing shifts for stocks, as well as some of the underlying biological processes. And then the third section in the risks to fishery management is quota setting and rebuilding. So these, again, are indicators that we have shown in past reports. They're fish productivity and condition. And what you're seeing on the left-hand side is on the top based on survey data and on the bottom based on stock assessments. The colors don't align for the stocks. My apologies for that. I need to do better on this plot. But basically, the black line is showing you kind of on average, what is the small fish produced per large fish biomass in the Mid-Atlantic. You can see that that's kind of dropped since about the mid-2000s. And similarly, the recruitment anomaly from stock assessments, so basically how many recruits per unit biomass, has also dropped since about 2000. We also see on the right-hand side, this is the fish condition plot that we've been showing for many years. So it's a time series along the bottom, and these are all species from bluefish at the top down to black sea bass at the bottom. And the colors are indicating condition. So yellow and light green are good condition. That is how fat is the fish for its length, basically. So it's a fat, happy fish if it's yellow. It's a kind of skinny, we presume to be unhappy fish when it's really dark purple in poor condition. And you can see that band from, you probably can't see what year it is, but it's from about 2000 to 2010, this band of very dark purple across all the species where they had a common time of low condition on the fall surveys. So that does kind of align with where we're seeing some of this drop in productivity. So this is something we're actively investigating right now, and we'll show just a couple of the indicators that we have for this, but this is all work in progress. So some of the things that can drive these changes in productivity or condition are forage quality and abundance. So we have showed the forage fish energy density indicator before. That's here on the top left-hand side, and this is a time series that we're building. And right now, it just shows that there's quite a bit of variation. Energy density is how caloric are the forage fish. Are they like a cheeseburger? Are they celery stick? So basically, if you're a predator, you probably want the cheeseburger, right? And so things like Atlantic herring are, they're showing some increased energy density, especially in the spring recently, but it's still well below the historic estimates of energy density for Atlantic herring. They were previously one of the most energy-rich fish in the ecosystem, and now they're quite a bit lower than they used to be. And we can see what some of the other species are doing there. They're kind of more variable, and especially by season. And again, we have the aggregate forage fish index here on the bottom. That's showing a long-term declining trend in the fall for the Mid-Atlantic Bight. So this is 20 combined forage species, and it's based on fish stomachs. There isn't a trend in the spring. But if we have potentially changing forage quality and abundance, that can drive changes in condition and productivity. We're also seeing some changes in the low trophic levels. And so this is large and small-bodied copepods on the top. We're not seeing any trend in large-bodied, but we are seeing an increase in small-bodied copepods. Those tend to be less energy dense as well than the large-bodied ones. And we're seeing an increase in cnidarians or gelatinous zooplankton, but no real trend in euphausids or krill. So this is a community change in the zooplankton that we're still investigating, could be leading to some kind of change potentially in how much energy is available for the fish. There's also changes in the environmental drivers. So here is where we're trying to talk about temperature, not just as it's been increasing, which we've been showing for years, but what is that relative to potential thermal ranges of some of the fish in our system? This is very much a work in progress, and we don't have thermal thresholds necessarily for all our fish yet. But what we're showing in the top left-hand side there is how, like, per calendar day, so this is in 2023, and so the y-axis in each of these is over the course of the year, what proportion of the habitat in shallow water, 0 to 25 meters, medium sort of 25 to 100 meter water, and then over 100 meter water was above certain thermal thresholds. We used 15 degrees C and 24 degrees C, and I have trouble translating that. So that's actually 59 degrees Fahrenheit, I had to write it down, and 75 degrees Fahrenheit. So most mid-Atlantic species are probably okay with 59 degrees Fahrenheit, but they might start to be unhappy at about 75. This is bottom water temperature. And you can see that a lot of the habitat, almost 100%, was above the 15 degree or 59 degree Fahrenheit thresholds for 2023. In shallow water, quite a bit in the medium depths, and less so in the very deep depths. So that might not bother mid-Atlantic species, but something like cod or yellowtail might not like that. And then when you're in the higher thermal threshold, there's still about half the habitat that was above 75 degrees in 2023. When we look at ocean acidification in shellfish habitat, that's at the bottom. And again, these are trying to align where we're seeing observations that might be approaching sensitivity levels for some of the key species. So the left-hand plot here is the green dots are where we would have seen something approaching sensitivity range for Atlantic sea scallops between 2007 and 2022. And in pink are where we saw those sensitivity levels in 2023. There's a lot more pink dots than there are green dots in this plot. So there was quite a bit more of this ocean acidification effect potentially in the habitat for sea scallops. And then we also have it for longfin squid. So there fewer sensitivity range for longfin, but you can still see that there was quite a bit in 23 compared to the previous years. So there are changes in the thermal habitat and ocean acidification that can be affecting growth and productivity. And then there's also predation. So we're trying to look at right now things like we have seals increasing. We know that, we actually show that in the New England report. Here I'm showing you the HMS or highly migratory species and how many of those populations are above the target. So we have about half of them that are at or above their biomass target. So that's a healthy predator population right there. And about the other half of them are below. So this does suggest that there could still be significant predation going on in the system. So the future considerations here are really that there's a risk that short-term predictions in assessments and rebuilding plans that aren't acknowledging the underlying conditions wouldn't be as effective. Now, the good news is we are acknowledging this in our assessments. So we've got these observed changes, but we are accounting for that in looking at species growth in particular. We do include the recent time series of weighted age in a lot of the assessments, all of the assessments. Looking at changes in reproduction and natural mortality are things that are investigated in our research track assessments, but it's important we continue to evaluate these things because it does seem that the conditions are changing. And so with these system-wide productivity shifts for multiple managed stocks, I think we do need to look further into whether we're having a regime shift or a potential reorganization. It seems like this could be a flag. So there's actually a workshop coming up in a couple of weeks where we're going to start looking at a lot of these indicators and seeing if we can find some common patterns. And so we'll bring that back to you with whatever we find. But still, I think these productivity and condition changes are some things that we've been observing for quite a while and need to keep our eye on. So then the last section of the risks to meeting fishery management objectives is the offshore wind development. And this is the ocean, well, it was the ocean use element that's been split into 3, but Brandon will talk about that. We do have fishery and community specific revenue in the lease areas, and that's what I'm showing on this plot. And so you see in the top left here, that's species specific fishery revenue in the combined lease areas. And so you see that basically things like longfin squid, as well as monkfish, surf clam, ocean quahog, and summer flounder do have revenue in the millions in the wind areas pretty steadily over the course of the last 10 years. When you look by port, the way to read this plot is it goes, sorry for again for the small print, from Cape May, New Jersey at the top down to Hoboken, North Carolina at the bottom. They're roughly aligned by the amount of revenue, but we don't disclose the amount of revenue. They're just ordered that way. And so the way to read this is dark blue means that's the proportion of revenue, the minimum proportion of revenue that's been observed in wind energy areas over the past 15 or so years. The medium blue is the maximum amount of port-specific revenue that's been observed over that same time period. And then light blue is revenue from other areas, basically. So you can see that you do have maybe up to a maximum of 25% of revenue for some of these ports. And then the little symbols here are showing you if it's a triangle, it's one of those ports that also, as a community, has medium, high to high environmental justice concerns. Or as a community, the dots are showing has gentrification concerns. So both of these provide more pressure on the communities. A couple of years ago, we got the request about New England, ports in New England that have significant reliance on mid-Atlantic species. So that's the plot down here in the lower left. And those this year are Point Judith, Rhode Island, and Barnstable, Mass. And this is the same information for them. So probably up to 10% of Point Judith. Quite a bit less for Barnstable. There were other ports on this list. They fell off because of the addition of Gulf of Maine areas. And so they actually get a lot of their revenue from there. So when we look at the summary here, we do see, again, just 2 projects have been built so far, and the expectation is quite a bit more of the area will have wind energy development. But the impacts will be differential throughout the region. So you can see the map over here on the right-hand side. What this is showing in the black outlines are some of the proposed areas. The ones that are being built are actually down in this area. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Yes, you can. So basically the overlap on this plot is in red, some areas of high right whale foraging and persistence, hotspot persistence. So you can see that there's overlap with protected species as well. And again, the development does bring increased risk for vessel strikes and potential impacts of noise, et cetera. So last section is the 2023 highlights, and this is where I'll give you a little bit more detail here. So the hypoxia and ocean acidification that were observed off New Jersey, these are some tracks from gliders that are run by Grace Saba out of Rutgers and colleagues, and it's just showing you, these are some of the tracks where they went and when. The pink line over here on the right portion of that plot is showing you dissolved oxygen that was less than 3 milligrams per liter, which is considered hypoxic. And the red X's there are showing you where there was reported mortality for lobsters, crabs, and some fish. So you can see that aligns with some of the hypoxia. And also the blue lines here are higher ocean acidification impacts. And they're also aligning with some of those red X's. So it's kind of circumstantial. And again, the 2023 section is intended to be more, we're showing you what we've seen, but we don't necessarily have all the answers to what the impacts or the drivers are yet, but we thought we should alert you to events in the ecosystem. So this falls into that category. There'll probably be more work on these conditions. On the other hand, there was record low hypoxia in Chesapeake Bay, where they had a relatively cool summer and relatively high salinity. The sea scallop die-off we mentioned here, there was a recruitment detected in spring 2022, and when the survey went back in the spring of 23, those small recruits were just not there anymore. So what we have plotted on the right-hand side here is the days in 2022 with bottom temperature that was at or above a scallop stress level identified by the lead assessment biologist, Devorah Hart, which is 17 to 19 C or 63 to 66 Fahrenheit. And the black outline here is showing you the elephant trunk region. And what you can see, the light green there means that it was more than a month that this bottom temperature was at or above the stress level for scallops. So it does suggest temperature might have played a role, but the research track assessment is working on this right now and looking at multiple potential drivers to see what's going on there. Also in 2023, we mentioned the Gulf Stream was doing some things that the oceanographers haven't really seen much before. And so the plot here is showing you the mean Gulf Stream path, and you're seeing in October 23, it really came up and pushed really warm water up onto the shelf in October. There were also, so that's kind of an intermittent warm water that could potentially affect some of the species, especially those at the southern end of their range or that can't move like scallops, but also some more southern species might really like that. So we could start to see some trade-offs as these habitats get pushed around by the Gulf Stream, which is difficult to predict. What we're seeing on the right-hand side was we thought we'd had a regime shift in warm core rings, which held steady for a pretty long time, but this past year we actually had pretty few. So it's too early to tell if this is a shift in regime or just increased variability. But we'll keep tracking this indicator because those warm core rings do bring in some habitat that is suitable for some mid-Atlantic species. And then there is the Gulf of Maine. So there was this very big phytoplankton bloom that lasted. So this is on the map, the phytoplankton bloom. Kim Hyde had to go up to a 10 times anomaly for chlorophyll. She hasn't really had to use that before. It's very big. What you can see over here in New England, this is Georges Bank and Gulf of Maine, and the green line is the chlorophyll from this year, or sorry, 2023, the past year. And the black line and the gray around it are sort of the average over the past 20 years or so. And so you can see that that bloom in the Gulf of Maine was really off the scale, and it did reach down into Georges Bank. Not so much into the mid, although the mid had a big spike just recently in December. So this coincided, but was not necessarily linked to a bottom heat wave in the Gulf of Maine. So conditions were really different in the Gulf of Maine in 2023. And I think people are still really interested in this, but trying to sort out both the drivers and the impacts. And we don't have all the answers yet on that one. Just wanted to flag it for you. So you made it to the end. Thank you for listening. And here is the list of the many, many people who contribute to this report. We, like I said, couldn't do it without them, and we greatly appreciate their contributions. And we have also a list of references, and all of these links here will take you to the different parts that are available. So we have the R package with all the data for the indicators, the technical documentation, and let's see if this works, the new indicator catalog. Yes, there it is, where you can do kind of a deeper dive into a lot of these indicators if you want to. You could go to, say, the phytoplankton size class and see a lot more of a write-up, see the plots, and importantly, if you want them, see all the indicators, references, if we have them. So this is where you can go, and I want to give a shout out to Andy Beat, who developed the workflow for this catalog that made it possible for us to put this together, even though we lost staff this year. So thank you very much. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Sarah, very much. Any questions or comments? I knew I was going to have to look this way. Dr. Duval?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for an amazing presentation once again. I think give this to the SSC. I think Olaf said something about this is like a master class in information synthesis and presenting it in an engaging manner. And so just want to echo that as well. And I was glad to hear you mention the workshop for regime shifts. That was a question I had, whether or not that was going to be going on. And I think one of the questions I had about that is, you know, there are sort of different pieces and parts of that that are incorporated into ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. And is there a plan to, you know, as this work on evaluating regime shifts moves forward, to incorporate that into those ESPs?
Yep, go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles are basically kind of an SOE at the stock level. So it's intended to not necessarily be comprehensive every single possible indicator for stocks, but to really hone in on the potential drivers of stocks for those who aren't familiar with the product. And we are trying to develop those for as many species as possible. And I do think things like regime shifts, they're already being incorporated into some of the research track assessments. I think Butterfish used some of the condition indices that we present here, but just for Butterfish to kind of say, hey, there's been a real change in condition. We should probably only use like information after that change in terms of, you know, looking at growth and things like that. So yes, I think the short answer is yes, the goal is to incorporate this type of information to the extent that we can where it's relevant at the stock level, for sure.
Michelle?
And just one quick follow-up in terms of just sort of the list of priorities that always seems to grow longer, you know, with respect to comments from the council. I mean, I just want to throw my support behind the short-term oceanographic forecast because I think, you know, especially for all of those pelagic species and, you know, not just squid, but I'm thinking about things that are, you know, expanding their distribution north, like, you know, let's see. You know, king and Spanish mackerel, things like that. You know, that's going to be really important for management, future management of those species. So.
Any more questions or comments? Adam?
Yeah, thank you very much. So just following up also on the regime shift part, I would request moving forward as this continues to be developed that there be plain language offered for defining the scale of what those regime shifts are going to be defined are so that we don't have to dig into the RPART and eco data packages. Obviously, the regime shift is often relative in nature. You've got to define stability. You've got to define abruptness. Without those definitions, regime shift is useless. I would think that perhaps for some of these factors, whether you look at economic data, you may have different variables and parameters that are going to define a regime shift than you would for a biological factor. So I think it would be very helpful to have that spelled out in plain language. So we look at it and say, we hear about regime shift. I think it has a very impactful, it resonates very impactfully with us. Knowing how we're actually defining it may help us understand what we're actually looking at. Thank you.
Any more comments or questions around the table? Michelle Duval.
Sorry, second bite at the apple, maybe the third. I did have a question on, I feel like it might have been slide 30, but it's the fish productivity measures. I think not the small fish per large fish, but the second one, which was like the assessment recruitment per spawning. Yes, that one. So I feel like, I mean, how influenced is that by assessment assumptions and assumptions that are made about recruitment? You know, I feel like, you know, for some of our species more recently, you know, our recruitment assumptions haven't quite panned out the way we would have hoped they might have for some of our projections. And so that was just a curiosity for me how impacted that might be.
Good.
Yeah, thanks for the question. That's an excellent question. And so I think, that is why we also do a survey-based one, just because they're balancing different things. So the assessment is integrating a lot of information that's not in the survey. So that's good, but it also, each assessment might have assumptions. And so we're balancing that out by also looking at the survey. And I don't know if comforted is the right word, but they are showing similar trends. But you're absolutely right. And we do update this with the most recent stock assessments that we have. So I don't use anything before 2019, and they're all compiled. And the black line only extends to where there's all the assessments are in the mix. So it's not like going over where we only have a couple of assessments, for instance. But you're right. Yeah, the assessment's integrating a lot of information, but it also does have assumptions. still, I think, looking at both is the way to kind of get around that. But yeah, I think that's a great point on that. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience, comments from the audience? Anyone else around the table? Seeing none, thank you very much for, it's amazing how much information you do have in this document. Let's move on to our next agenda item, the ecosystem approach to fisheries management, the EAFM risk assessment report. And Brandon, are you going to be giving a report whenever you're ready?
All right, I'm just going to wait for Stephen to pull that up. But while he does, I had a discussion a little bit with the chair before this, and given our timing, and I'm going to cut a good chunk of this out and just give you a general sense of where we are with the risk assessment instead of going over the details of the risk assessment. Sarah had covered a number of our risk elements and their associated indicators and risk ranking in the State of the Ecosystem report, because there is a lot of linkages between the State of the Ecosystem report and our risk assessment. So I'm not going to go into details because it is a draft report. The entire report is in your briefing book, and this presentation that has all of the elements and their associated rankings presentation is also posted, so you can go through all of those details. So I'm not going to cover most of those during the presentation this afternoon. So just to remind you, just to set the stage, our risk assessment is part of the council's EAFM guidance document that you all initially approved back in 2016. And within the guidance document, you outlined a process and framework in which you would incorporate ecosystem information into the council management process. And so that started with risk assessment, where you are identifying and prioritizing your risks associated with all of our different fisheries and sectors, and understanding what were those key sort of interactions that were taking place that you needed to sort of flag and keep an eye on. And so we've utilized that risk assessment primarily as a planning tool and as our first step to go through this entire process. And as Sarah had mentioned, we have gone through this entire step. So we have used that original risk assessment that was approved in 2017 and implemented in 2018. We took that information, built a conceptual model for summer flounder. Out of that conceptual model, we did management strategy evaluation, looking at recreational discards. We've utilized a lot of that information out of the management strategy evaluation in our recreational management process. And that management strategy evaluation framework is being utilized in some of our current council management actions. So utilizing the risk assessment has been really important, I think, and beneficial for us moving forward. So as we continue to update and refine our risk assessment, I just want you to keep that in mind, that it is a really important planning tool for the council. I think there are other opportunities for where we may integrate our risk assessment information. And just to remind you, last year, we did a comprehensive review of the risk assessment. As I said, the risk assessment was first conducted in 2017, approved in 2017. A new one in 2018 was our first risk assessment that was done. And since it was a long time since that original risk assessment was completed, we have a lot of new information, new analyses. The State of the Ecosystem report continues to grow and provide a lot more information. We thought it was time to take a look at our risk assessment and see where we may want to make some changes and improvements to that. So the EOP committee and AP met a lot last year, and we presented all of that information to the council at your October meeting, where you had approved moving those things forward. So during that review, we were looking at, what are our risks? What are our existing risks? What are new risks that we are facing? What are some anticipated risks that we could see over the next few years? And what sort of risk elements would we want to be thinking about to capture those particular risks? We also wanted to make sure that a new risk assessment was including the latest information and analyses that we have available, And we also wanted to make sure that we were going to create a report that was really adaptive and responsive to changing conditions. As Sarah just laid out in the State of the Ecosystem report, there's a lot changing out in our environment, both within the ecosystem itself, the physical ecosystem, but socially and economically and all of those things. And how do we want to respond with our risk assessment to all of those changing conditions? We also wanted to think about how we could utilize our risk assessment in different components of the council process. That framework on the first slide showed how we've explicitly used the risk assessment, but are there other ways that we can pull in our ecosystem information within the council decision process? So we were thinking about all of those things as we did our comprehensive review last year. We looked at 43 different risk elements, and ultimately the council agreed to include 28 risk elements in our new risk assessment, 4 of them being brand new risk elements. We looked at 6 of those 43. We decided to just place in a parking lot for now and continue to work on them as more science and more analyses become available. Maybe we can bring them in at a later date. And we decided to remove 9 of those initial risk elements that we were thinking about. Maybe we can incorporate them in different ways in the existing risk elements that we have. Okay. So in October, when we presented this to you, our initial plan was to present a completed, updated risk assessment for you to review today. We were hoping to meet with the EOP committee and AP earlier this spring to talk about what that updated risk assessment was going to look like. We're not quite there. We have a draft risk assessment and most of the indicators have been updated, but some of them still require additional work to get through. Some of the new elements that the council ultimately agreed to still require some additional work. And last year when we did the risk assessment review with the committee and AP, we didn't get through everything that we wanted to, particularly the risk criteria. How do we assign risk for the elements and the indicators that we have? And so we've been busy working on a lot of different components. A lot of this is, as Sarah had shown, there's a lot of intersection with the state of the ecosystem. So a lot of the indicators in the state of the ecosystem inform our risk assessment. The state of the ecosystem report doesn't get really, in December, we meet to sort of talk through what the indicators in the state of the ecosystem report are looking like. So that's when the data is really first available, and the state of the ecosystem report is in December. We're working through all of those things. So it's a short amount of time to pull all the information from the state of the ecosystem report into the risk assessment. And given some of the turnover and all of the new indicators that we had, we just didn't have enough time to sort of get everything together, get the EOP together to talk about it first. So we wanted to present a draft report to you all today. We have made a lot of advancements on updating all of those indicators from the state of the ecosystem. We've updated a number of indicators and new risk ranking criteria for some of them. We've identified some code and some old data that we need to go back and update that we had missed originally until we started digging into some things as we were updating the report. And so we have a number of things incorporated into this draft product, but we're still under development. I think it's going to take us a little bit more time. So what we've presented to you today is just a draft with our plans to complete the risk assessment later this year. So I'm not going to step through this because I'm not going to go through many of the risk elements today to get us back on track with timing a little bit, and since it is draft. But as you look at the reports, we have all of these different components to what makes up the risk assessment, right? So we have all of those 28 risk elements. What are we measuring? We've created a definition of why are we measuring it? Why is this particular element important, and why should we be tracking it? And we've identified a number of indicators. Sometimes there's only one indicator for a particular element. Sometimes there are 4 or 5 indicators. So those are the actual data or the information we're going to use to evaluate that particular element. And then we've taken all of that and come up with a criteria to develop how much risk there is associated with that element. So just as you go through the report, those are the 4 different pieces of each part of the risk of the risk assessment are, broken down into those 4 different components. Again, just to kind of set the stage, what we are looking at here for each of our different elements. Again, we have a definition where it's applied. Some of our risk elements are applied across the entire ecosystem. So all of our stocks, so you only get one particular ranking. Some of our risk elements are applied at each stock. And then some of our risk elements are applied at each stock and at each sector. So it depends on what we're looking at and what how the element is particularly applied. So we have this definition, why we're measuring it, why it's important, how we apply it, and we provide the indicator information. Sometimes we have a graph, sometimes we don't. Sometimes it's qualitative information, so we don't have necessarily a graph to provide it for you. And then we have the risk criteria information in terms of how we decide whether or not it's low risk all the way to high risk. So again, that's the way all of our different risk elements are structured. I'm going to skip all of these. The report is there for you to go through. So I'm just going to jump to the end in terms of where we are going with all of these. So this is the draft summary. So at the end, we provide essentially like a score sheet, I guess, or a summary report card of all of our different risks. So these are the 28 risk elements and how we apply them at the ecosystem stock or stock and sector level. So you can get a snapshot of how much green or how much red is up on the screen. It's a pretty good mixture of the types of risk that we have. So this is where we are at now. Again, there are 7 elements that we still need to work on, and those are those grayed out boxes that we still need to work on those risk elements for, so there is no ranking for those. So this is what we're thinking about in terms of our next steps. So today we were presenting the draft risk assessment report. I just flew through it in 3 seconds, but all of the documentation is there for you. And if you all do have any feedback on any of the risk elements that we do have in there, we're happy to take any feedback for areas that we should be thinking about, that we should work on. But the plan is to meet with the EOP committee and AP this summer and sort of flesh out some of those risk criteria that we never got to last year. And if we need to prioritize any of that work, get that feedback from them. Again, particularly for those new risk elements and those 7 elements where we have not developed and we don't have a risk ranking for, we're going to sort of work through those 7 particular elements and the indicators that we need to identify for those. Then we'll go back and develop a completed draft risk assessment. So all 28 of those risk elements will have a green, yellow, orange, or red ranking assigned to them. So we'll present that to the EOP committee and AP in the fall for their feedback and recommendations. And then we'll present the final updated, completed risk assessment to the council in December. And it will have sort of everything has been updated. It will be modified to reflect all of the changes that were approved last year through the review and everything that we work on this year. We also hope to have the EOP committee and AP provide recommendations to the council in terms of where we can incorporate this information within the council management process and decisions. So again, we don't have any specific action today. Any feedback that you all have for us, for the EOP committee as they get together and work on things throughout the rest of the year would be really great. And I would also just note, I think it's been really, I don't know, fortuitous or something. We have done a lot of work on the risk assessment recently. Jessica and Tori and staff have been doing a lot of work on EFH and a lot of habitat work. Sarah had talked about the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. There's a lot of work happening there. There's a workshop next month on ESPs. And so all of this work, all of this ecosystem information is sort of all coming together at the same time. And where can we pull all of that information into the council process? We also have this opportunity with IRA funds that Chris has mentioned to the council, the different projects that the council has been thinking about with our IRA funding. We don't know what's been approved or not, but one of the projects we did submit was to operationalize our ecosystem and habitat indicators. So what are those really priority indicators that we've identified through all of these different pieces of information that we're working on? What are those priority indicators? How much, what can we do to develop those more? How can we pull those into the council process more so than what we've done through the risk assessment? So there's a lot of work going on right now, and it's all sort of coming together that I hope is a really unique opportunity for the council to really begin to pull in ecosystem information into your council decision process more than we've done traditionally. So I think there's just some things to keep in mind as we pull all of this work together within the next couple of years. I think there's a lot happening in this space that I think the council is going to see a lot of benefits out of. That is it for my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brandon. Any comments for Brandon? Michelle Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, just looking forward to, I think, finishing up this last piece of the risk assessment with the committee and, being able to take all of these other efforts and pull those into decision-making. I mean, I think, bringing some of this information more to our advisory panels, especially as they prepare their fishery performance reports, I think is, one of the things that we chatted about, and that's pretty high on my list as well. Thanks.
Anyone else around the table? Comments from the audience? Seeing none, thank you very much, Brandon. Let's head to our last topic of the afternoon, habitat activities update. We're going to have, is Jesse Murray here? Okay. Jesse Murray will be in person and Doug Crystal will be on remote. And we'll get your presentation up and you can start when you're ready. The mic's not on.
There we go. We'll do our best to keep things brief since we're over time today. But thank you very much. On behalf of the Habitat and Ecosystem Services Division, we'll be providing some updates on some topics of interest in the region. So my name is Jesse Murray, and I'm going to be providing our habitat updates focusing on coastal development and infrastructure project reviews in the region. And then Doug Crystal's on the line, and he'll discuss updates related to offshore wind. So to start our habitat update, we've got some program updates from several of the districts of the Army Corps of Engineers, and we'll highlight some activities that are going on in the region and provide an update to the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. All right, so the HESD staff routinely meets with the USACE districts to discuss upcoming activities. This may be on an annual or quarterly basis. We recently met with the New York district to review their portfolio of civil works projects within navigation, coastal storm risk management, and ecosystem restoration. They provided us with project updates, including status reviews and kind of what we should be expecting to see this year. Since there were about 30 projects that were discussed in our meeting, we'll just provide some highlights. First up under navigation is the Harbor Deepening and Channel Improvements Project, which is currently in the pre-construction, engineering, and design phase. Design agreement is expected to be signed with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey this month. From there, the first construction contract is going to be focused on Newark Bay. And the New York district will also be coordinating with us for some habitat mitigation to offset the loss of Samia Beach. There's going to be more to come on that. The district's also developing an interim 5-year comprehensive regionally supported dredge material management plan to manage the dredge material in the Port of New York and New Jersey. The 5-year interim approach was taken due to the regional uncertainties that limit the capacity to forecast 20 years, including some limited placement capacity at the historic area remediation site or HAR site, some upcoming design and construction of the harbor deepening, and also a revised approach to calculating the federal standard. Scoping is expected this spring with further coordination planned this summer. 20-year DMMP and harbor deepening project specific 20-year DMMP will be prepared following the interim update. Additionally, the New York District is working with us to develop a management plan for the Seabright Offshore Borrow area. The Borrow area is currently being used for beach nourishment projects along the Jersey Shore, for sand placement, for the Sandy Hook Federal Navigation Channel dredging, and is also being considered for some habitat enhancement as part of the harbor deepening project. Under the coastal storm risk management portfolio, the New York District continues to work on beach reef nourishment projects from Seabright to Manasquan. They're also continuing to reevaluate the Atlantic coast of New Jersey, Sandy Hook to Barnegat Inlet coastal storm risk management study. In conjunction with that, are also conducting a study in search of some new sand borrow areas. There are also 13 active tidal flood or coastal storm risk management projects in various stages of design and development throughout the New York District. I know in some recent council updates we provided, we've highlighted projects such as the New York, New Jersey Harbor and Tributary Study, the HATS project, Raritan Bay and Sandy Hook Bay Study, and the South Shore of Long Island Study. There's currently no major updates with any of these projects, but we expect to have some more information in the fall. And last is the ecosystem restoration projects. There's about 7 of them going on throughout the New York District right now, and these include various projects for wetland and marsh island restoration throughout Jamaica Bay and Flushing Creek, as well as some oyster reefs at Naval Weapons Station Earl and Sandy Hook Bay. So we also met up with folks in the Philadelphia District to review their portfolio of civil works projects, primarily related to navigation and beneficial use. One of the challenges that the Philly District is faced is the limited availability of dredges. There are a lot of different dredging projects for both navigation and beach nourishment, but there are few dredges available to actually do the work. Also, since the 1990s, AGSD and our partners on the Delaware River Fish and Wildlife Management Cooperative, the co-op, which includes Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and the Fish and Wildlife Service, have recommended a number of seasonal dredging restrictions within the Delaware River and Bay to protect river herring, American shad, striped bass, horseshoe crabs, and sandbar sharks. The Philly District does its best to incorporate these seasonal dredging windows into their dredging schedule, but recently this has been a challenge due to the lack of dredges and bidders for dredging contracts, as well as the need to ensure safe navigation in the water. The 3 main deep draft maintenance dredging projects include the Delaware River, Philadelphia to Sea, Philadelphia to Trenton, and the Upper Chesapeake Bay. We're also going to be working with them to develop a management plan for Buoy 10, which is the offshore sand disposal area in the middle of Delaware Bay. We anticipate this plan to have similar elements as the Seabright Offshore Borrow area. Some ongoing shallow draft maintenance dredging projects include the Salem River, Cape May Ferry Channel and Harbor, and throughout the New Jersey Intercoastal Waterway. Majority of these shallow draft projects include some sort of beneficial use of material, be it placement near shore for some marsh islands or marsh edge thin layer placement projects. The Philly District actually discussed how the chief of USACE has announced a national goal that 70% of projects beneficially reuse sediment by 2030. So the Corps is working on making the cost share easier as it relates to the federal standard, so this goal can be achieved. And related to beneficial use, the Philly District, along with the state of New Jersey, the Wetlands Institute, and the USACE Engineer Research and Development Center, or ERDIC, have been in a partnership since 2019 for the 7 Mile Island Innovation Lab, the SMIL, and with the goal of advancing and improving marsh restoration techniques throughout New Jersey. The SMIL has been and will continue to publish papers on their work, especially as it relates to future beneficial use projects. In the Norfolk District, projects include Phase 1A of the Norfolk Coastal Storm Risk Management Study, which is approaching its final design of the flood wall for the downtown area and Harbor Park. Future phases include construction of tide gates across the Lafayette River and Little Creek. Preliminary data collection for the tide gate includes water quality sampling and hydrodynamic modeling to be conducted by ERDIC to assess water quality impacts during closures. The duration of closure events and precipitation amounts are to be determined for the modeling effort. Next is the Anchorage F deepening, which is proposed from -50 to -51 feet and widening from 3,000 to 3,620 feet in diameter. And this is part of the Norfolk Harbor improvement projects. And last in Norfolk, for the CAP Section 204 study, the Corps is hoping to use the dredge material from the Anchorage F project for a beneficial use study, specifically the creation of 10 acres of a colonial shorebird nesting island to replace habitat lost with the expansion of the Portal Island at Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project. Again, ERDIC is going to be responsible for doing the hydrodynamic and water quality modeling associated with this project. And jumping back to the New York Bight, so that concludes our district updates. Jumping back to the New York Bight, since 1997, there's been approximately 84 million cubic yards of clean dredge material that has been placed at the historic area remediation site, or HAR site. It's currently nearing capacity, and so the EPA is working on evaluating some alternatives. These alternatives include allowing for additional placement of material, extending the existing boundaries, identifying other potential remediation areas in the New York Bight, and the alternative we'd specifically like to highlight today is the potential for designating a fishery enhancement beneficial use site. The concept for a fishery enhancement beneficial use site is in the very early stages of consideration, and the EPA will be reaching out for input and suggestions on how and where dredged sand and deepening material can be used to enhance fisheries, for example, to create a shoal feature, as well as locations that should not be considered to avoid conflicts with fisheries. We're providing this update today as a means for council members to begin thinking about how material can be used to advance fisheries and what type of guidance that we can give EPA. As the EPA analyzes their alternatives, they are currently citing potential fishery enhancement areas within 40 miles of the HARs. Additional surveys are anticipated to be conducted to understand existing and adjacent habitat conditions, as well as to identify other data gaps to help with their decision. Currently, they've narrowed their search to the 3 areas labeled A, B, and C on this map. EPA is planning to have some conversations with state agencies and the fishing industry for input as they go through this process. If deemed a worthwhile effort, the EPA would like this program done right, which means should a fishery enhancement beneficial use site be created, it's going to include a very robust monitoring and management program. And last topic under the habitat portion includes an update to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act funding. This slide really is just a refresher of the funds available under the opportunities that we previously presented. Since we last provided our updates on the funding, the first round of projects have been awarded. This slide provides a summary of the awards and the related funding opportunities. And this map actually shows where the awards for round 1 for the various funding opportunities were made. Oops, sorry, I didn't skip. More information on this is available on our website, including a full list of project descriptions. In the Mid-Atlantic, there were only 4 projects that got funding, including 2 in New York for habitat restoration and resilience for underserved communities, 1 in Maryland for transformational habitat restoration and resilience, and 1 in Virginia for habitat restoration and resilience for underserved communities. NOAA Fisheries is currently evaluating round 2 proposals for these funding opportunities. And just to note, while we had very few projects in the Mid-Atlantic during round 1, more projects in the region are expected to be awarded in round 2. And in addition to the funding opportunities available through NOAA Fisheries, NOAA's National Ocean Service also has a number of other opportunities focused specifically on restoration and conservation, and specifically the implementation of nature-based infrastructure construction. So this slide is pretty much a refresher on the fund that we previously provided with some updates. Generally, the recipients are state, local, and regional governments, universities, and some nonprofit organizations. Reviews are underway for several of these funding opportunities, so additional awards for round 2 will be announced in the coming months. We should have some additional information on round 2 awards when we next update the council on our habitat updates. And under the IRA, there are also funds available for climate resilience. The focus of this grant program is on collaborative projects that increase the resilience of coastal communities to extreme weather, such as hurricanes or storm surge, and other impacts of climate change, including sea level rise and drought. Awards for this are expected to be made this summer. So with the addition of the IRA resources, round 2 awards are expected to have more resources overall than round 1. We also anticipate at least a round 3 that will be the last couple of the years of the bill funding, but that won't include IRA funding. So that includes the habitat update. So I'll turn over the rest of this presentation to Doug to provide some updates on offshore wind.
Thank you, Jesse. Can you advance it to the next slide, please? Keep going, one more. All right, since our last update, we have completed 6 EFH consultations on various projects along the Atlantic coast. With the exception of Atlantic Shores South, all of these projects have either been approved by BOEM or are in the record of decision, have a positive record of decision. We do expect Atlantic Shores South to have a formal record of decision relatively soon, but all 6 of these have been concluded. We have 1 EFH consultation under review for the U.S. Maryland offshore wind project. We have determined that that EFH assessment is complete for that project and are awaiting back and forth with our conservation recommendations with BOEM. We are expected to initiate the South Coast Wind EFH consultation later on this summer. And if anybody has questions about the timelines and when to expect various stages, the updated information is available on the FIPC permitsperformance.gov website listed here on the slide. Next slide, please. All right, recently we have provided some commentary on both the Central Atlantic Bight proposed sale notice as well as the New York Bight programmatic EIS. As you may recall, BOEM designated final wind energy areas for the Central Atlantic last July and issued a proposed sale notice on December 12th, 2023. We have commented on the draft EFH assessment for the Central Atlantic Bight EA, including the use of Met towers and buoys, as well as assessment activities necessary to evaluate the lease areas. Recommended terms and conditions for the lease sale as part of our public comments, which should be available on regulations.gov. And if anybody has interest in accessing those, I can provide a link to those letters. Similarly, for the New York Bight, we commented on the programmatic EIS's avoidance, minimization, mitigation, and monitoring measures and associated analysis. And we have started consultations, preliminary consultations with the lessees relative to some of the individual areas and associated habitat conditions. As you may know, the programmatic EIS published in January 2024, and the comment period has since ended. And our main focus are, again, providing more detail for the mitigation measures and clarity on how the tiering can integrate to expedite some of the project-specific analysis down the road. Next slide, please. All right, there are a couple of additional comment periods that are ongoing. As you may know, the BOEM published the notice of intent for Atlantic Shores North on March 18th. The comments are due by May 2nd, and we are currently assembling our comments on that project, including evaluating the fishery monitoring plan as part of that project. Vineyard Wind Northeast notice of intent published on March 25th with comments running through May 9th. We are in the process of preparing our comments for that project, including all the fisheries, habitat, and protected species issues relative to that project and potential overlap. For Attentive Wind and Community Offshore Wind, both of which are the New York Bight lease area, we have had preliminary staff consultations with the lessees themselves regarding benthic monitoring and fisheries issues in each area, and that will continue as part of these, as these projects get closer and closer to the submission of their construction and operations plan, which is expected later this summer. Next slide, please. We continue to work on other projects that are further down the road, such as US Maryland Wind, as I noted before. We are reviewing their EFH assessment and will develop conservation recommendations soon. Kitty Hawk North, we continue to work with both BOEM and Avangrid Renewables on the EFH assessment, including trying to finalize a habitat impact minimization alternative that focuses on cable routing, burial, and scour protection. NIMS did not recommend removing wind turbine locations or providing alternate locations as part of that habitat minimization alternative, however. For Kitty Hawk South, we continue to discuss the issue with both BOEM and Avangrid, primarily on export cable corridors for that project. And we're particularly sensitive to the corridor that cuts through Pamlico Sound. And we are working with state and agencies for evaluating the impacts to that. And then finally, for Carolina Long Bay, the Southeast region has met with Duke Energy and Total Energies to discuss environmental surveys planned for later on this summer as part of the Carolina Long Bay Wind Energy Area, or formerly known as Wilmington East. Next slide, please. One of the other projects that we have recently commented on is the Beacon Wind project, which evaluated the utility of suction bucket testing. This is an alternative type of foundation compared to a monopile, which is hammered into the sediment. This one actually rests on the sediment, and then the water is sucked out from this foundation and is pulled into the sediment, thereby minimizing some of the sound impacts to the resources. A EFH assessment was completed on February 27th to assess the technical feasibility of and the environmental effects of testing out these suction buckets. Of note, we considered impacts to HAPC for Atlantic cod that was recently designated by the New England Council. Next slide, please. I'll just quickly go over some of the improvements that we are about to publish for our socioeconomic impact reports for regional wind projects. We increased the port-specific impact analysis to expand upon what we had beyond just identifying the major ports impacted. I'll go into that in another slide, but we also included 2022 data. We are in the process of updating it for 2023 data, but that might take a little bit of time as we evaluate some of the fishery management changes that might affect where and when fishing can occur. We also developed a separate report that summarizes the historic fishing operations in all lease areas from Maine to North Carolina combined. So all the existing lease areas. We also have separate reports for the Gulf of Maine final wind energy area, as well as the Central Atlantic proposed sale areas. The image you see here on the left indicates what we call barbell plots, which identify the minimum, average, and maximum revenue for each port that is affected by regional wind energy areas. So this is just an example of some of the figures you will see in the reports once they're made available and that should be posted within the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. Going into a little bit more detail regarding what's in those reports, we paralleled basically the individual project reports in terms of the fundamental metrics that are included. So we have 2008 through 2022 revenues and landings for each port. We have the species-specific revenue and landings, the min, max, and average, as I noted, for both landings and revenues, as well as port dependence. So this is similar to the individual vessel dependency plots that we had in the previous report that identify how much of a port's revenue and landings come from an individual project, as well as all of the projects combined. And then finally, we added links to the NIMS community snapshot and social indicators, an example of which is provided in this slide, identifying some of the social cultural elements that affect the port and its ability and its resilience to changes in its operations, such as commercial fishing engagement, dependence on the commercial fishing as an industry, population composition, and other parameters that we've evaluated as important for environmental justice and other considerations related to the changes to fishing operations. So those reports, as I noted, should be published very soon, and I'm happy to go into any, answer any questions or go into further detail as necessary. So that's all I got for today.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Jesse. Any comments or questions? None around the table. Anybody from the audience? Anybody online? Anybody awake? Chris Moore.
Awake. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I've had conversations with Julia about this and some other folks, and I'm still a little confused, and maybe Doug, you can help me with it. When we talk about decommissioning, is that something that's an ongoing conversation, or is that something that's locked into these projects? And specifically, language that says basically after 30 years, when these things are decommissioned, these things being the turbines or the wind farms, all that structure has to come out of the ocean, as opposed to we're going to leave it there and cut it off like 50 feet or 30 feet. You guys been involved in any of those conversations, or do you even know what I'm talking about? Or
yes, sir. None of those conversations have really been happening for any of the major wind projects along the Atlantic coast so far. There is a requirement under BOEM regulations to develop a decommissioning plan. That typically happens very much later into the process, at least 5 years before the project decommissioning is anticipated. And that plan, my understanding, will cover what are the expected activities associated with that. So the convention is that projects could be removed 15 feet below the mud line for foundations, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be removed in that way. So that plan outlines what those activities may be. Part of what I think you may be also implying in your question is what that means for the fisheries and the associated impacts of that. BOEM has discussed the application of compensation for the decommissioning plans as part of their draft guidance, but again, as others have noted, that is still draft, so it's unclear how the final guidance will relate to that issue. But there is the presumption that activities for decommissioning are going to have similar impacts to the fishery as construction activities, and they may be similarly compensated. But to my knowledge, none of that analysis has been conducted to date, simply because we don't necessarily have the details on what activities might decommissioning plans incur. We do have examples of other decommissioning activities. For example, there's an LNG terminal just off of Gloucester that's being decommissioned that has similar components to some of the wind projects. And the decommissioning plan in that capacity had details of what activities would occur that updated conditions might require changing those original plans. So ongoing negotiations for that project will presumably inform similar discussions relative to these wind projects. So I hope that answers your question. We're not quite ready yet, but there are some indications of what the process will look like and how compensation and fisheries will be affected.
Thanks, Doug.
Eric Reed?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, it's one thing to cut a monopile off 15 feet below the mud line. It's what are you going to do with a couple of 1,000 miles of cable? There's a discussion about maybe they got to come out, maybe they're not coming out, but that's going to be a giant mess. So that's the two options I were. Take them out or leave them in. That's the only two they got. So that's going to be a problem.
Chris Moore?
So as Doug indicated, I'm sure we're going to have more conversations about this, but the issue, one of the issues that I wanted to highlight is, in fact, you may not want to remove that structure. So there's lessons to be learned from what happened on the West Coast with oil rigs, and oil rigs that were put in the 70s and then decommissioned, and they were taking these structures out. And there's associated cleaning of the structures, and it's just really habitat destruction that occurs as a result of that. But they were required to do that. Certainly, I think that's something that we need to think about as these wind projects come online and what's going to happen to them in 30 years, right?
Well, I can tell you right now, I don't have to think about it because 30 years from now, I'm not going to be worried about it.
Any more comments? Julie Evans? Julie, it shows you're still muted on your end. Still can't hear you, Julie. All right, we'll give you another second. And before we do close the meeting out, Chris, do you have an announcement to make?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we will have hospitality tonight. It's very important that you pay attention to these next details, though. Hospitality is in 1502. You're staying in the hotel, the highest floor that you can get to is 14 without a key. So the way that you do it, the way that you get to 1502 is you take the elevator up to 14, get off, go down towards 1402, look for the door that says stairs. Open that door, go up one flight, and you'll open a door, and 1502 will be right there. So just unless you want to take the stairs from here and then walk all the way up, it's up to you. But that should get you to 1502. If you have any problems, let me know, and certainly I'll help you with that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
With that, we will close the meeting for the day and be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you.